We're all set. Go ahead.
And, oh, Sarah, may I just ask, you have, Cindy is helping with the phone. Is Lynn here tonight?
Yes, they're both here.
Okay, all right. So I have to check with both individuals?
I'm not sure. Maybe Elaine can speak to that.
No, you only have to check in with me. I'm teaching Cindy how to do it.
Okay, excellent. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and okay, so are we on? Yep. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this meeting is being recorded and transmitted by the town of Barnstable and is being broadcast over channel 18 under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20. If anyone is planning to make an audio or video recording or transmit the meeting, they are required to notify the chair before doing so. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, if you could do a roll call for us, please.
Councilors: Bogan,
Present.
Clark, Cullum,
Here.
Dagwan, Rapgrassetti,
Present.
Hebert,
Present.
Levesque,
Here.
Neary,
Here.
Schnepp,
Here.
Shaughnessy,
Here.
Starr,
Here.
Steinhilber.
Here.
That's 10.
Thank you very much. We'll now have a moment of, no, I'm sorry, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance, and Councilor Neary will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
My pleasure, Mr. President. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Councilor Neary. We'll have a moment of silence, and I would ask everyone to remember in their thoughts this evening that this Sunday will mark the 1-year anniversary of the passing of our past president, James Crocker. Thank you very, very much. Madam Clerk, if you'll note, please, that Councilor Clark has arrived. We will now open for public comment. I'm going to ask anyone who is in public comment, if you're in queue, to hold, if you have any comments on our zoning ordinance tonight, item number 193, to please hold your comments until we get to that item, which will be the first item in new business this evening. If you're here to speak on anything else, we've entertain you to speak now at public comment. And please to remain to within the 3-minute limit. Madam Vice President is helping me with the clock tonight. In order to move the meeting along, I would ask you to please, we'll give a quick warning before your time is up. But if you continue to speak past the 3 minutes, Sarah has the ability to mute you. So please stay within the 3 minutes so we can move along. There's many people who want to speak, so please maintain that 3 minutes. Thank you very much. So now, Sarah, will open for public comment.
I just want to be clear, this is just standard public comment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, with the exception, you know, if somebody cannot stay and has to leave, or for whatever reason, but I promise you, it's the first item to talk about. So if there's a reason that you have to speak now, you know, we're not going to turn you down, but I would like this to just be general comment. Thank you.
Thank you. It will be a minute. I just want to check if Lynn has any public comment via the phone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we have Gloria to Gilbert from Barnstable Village. Go ahead, Gloria.
Oh, yes, good evening, members of Select Board. I wanted to offer public comment right now. I'm not sure if I can make the open meeting on November 19th on the 28 Falcon Road land. And I'm a taxpayer and a butter to that parcel. And my concern are twofold. One, drilling a well is somewhat earmarked for that property, and though it may be into the future, right now I am having well problem, and the whole issue of taking water from the aquifer to supply it to other areas, I just think environmentally is a disaster. And that's a slippery slope that we are going down. That was my first concern. And the second is the possibility of having hunters in our backyard where my family walks. We've had this land for over 65 years in the family, and I just do not want any accidents so close to home. That would be it.
You're muted, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for calling in, and there will be a response to your comments, I promise you, at the end of public comment. Thank you.
Okay.
Sarah? Sarah or Lynn?
Yes, next up is Steve Seymour and Sue Phelan on Zoom. Steve and Sue, you may speak now.
Yes. My name's Stephen Seymour, and my wife here, Sue Phelan, is here. There's other people on the road on Plum Street. We live on Plum Street. And the neighborhood would like to first express our support for the purchase of the land around Falcon Road on the west side of Plum Street. We value Barnstable's commitment to preserving natural areas and are excited about the prospect of Barnstable Land Trust involvement in managing conservation land on this property. Second, we would like to voice our serious concern about the potential for hunting on this property, which abuts private residences on Plum Street. We, as a close-knit neighbors, are requesting language that unequivocally excludes hunting on the aforementioned land. We have many active people of all ages, including children and pets in our neighborhood, who enjoy exploring the outdoors, and the idea of hunting in the area of our homes is extremely disconcerting to us. Thank you for your time in considering this.
Thank you very much for your call, and please stay tuned for reply to your comments. Thank you.
Yes, they do.
Hello.
Can I speak now?
Yes, you can. Thank you.
Thanks. Good evening, town councilors. I'm Sue Phelan, a resident of Plum Street for over 30 years. While I generally support the transfer of this property to the town of Barnstable, my neighbors and I have been unable to obtain a clear picture of the unstated change in use of the property, that is hunting. Various scenarios have been voiced to us without firm, supporting information. We feel we deserve clarification about the process of this and the sequence and how the council vote and sale of this property interface with any potential conservation restriction. Who grants the conservation restriction and who decides what it says and when does it happen? Some have heard there's to be a hunting prohibition written into the sale or management agreement. Others, myself included, have been told that probably that would never happen or would take years if it did. I'm perplexed as to why the neighborhood which will be most impacted, hunters have already been here on the street scoping out the situation and the property. So I'm perplexed as to why this neighborhood has not been privy to any of this information until it's brought up for a vote. As far as I can tell, and I looked at every issue of the Cape Cod Times from October 1st to today, there has been no locally published notice about any of this. Neighbors who signed on to the letter, which I think Councilor Clark will read, called in for public comment 2 weeks ago, and we hope that the town has heard our concerns regarding hunting near our homes and near our backyards, and our serious misgivings regarding this property sale without any prohibition on hunting. Tonight, we'd like a clear, explicit, and direct response about whether hunting will be prohibited on this property, and if not, why not? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your call, and I assure you, after public comment, your question will be answered. Thank you so much.
Mr. President, next is Stephanie Hinckley from West Barnstable. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Welcome.
good evening. I am a resident of Plum Street in West Barnstable, and essentially, I would just like to reiterate what Sue Phelan said. I too have been searching for clarification on the issue of hunting, and I have gotten contradictory information. It's very frustrating. We're particularly concerned that we have no real printout of what's going to happen as far as the hunting is concerned, because the hunting season starts very soon. And as has been expressed, we've got families with children and everything. I think it would be really helpful if we knew more specifically about when the restrictions or the prohibition of hunting would have to take effect in this particular case. And that's basically, I think that the previous caller stated everything else that needs to be said. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in, and your comments will be directly answered. Thank you.
Hi, for public comment, we have Vanessa Lee. Vanessa, now's your chance to speak at public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I was just curious about, I live on Old Stage Road and I received a notice about an easement going up for the, some kind of water, something, utilities, lines going under the road. I just was trying to figure out if that's happening or if we're voting on that or what's going on and if it's going to affect my property line at all.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully somebody can address that. Thank you.
I do have others. It's just going to be a second.
Thank you.
Mr. President, on the phone, we have Michelle Lombard. Michelle, you're on.
Hi, good evening, Town Council members.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Michelle.
I know you took my call last week, so I'll keep this brief. My name is Michelle Lombard, and I bought a home on a peaceful cul-de-sac in a residential zone. Zoning is a promise you make that our neighborhoods won't adversely change. It's a promise you make. Last year, my neighbor's house changed into a short-term rental business. This business is managed by another business, Silvergate Services Incorporated. Silvergate, says it's a full-service co-host management company for vacation rental properties. My residential zone is now commercial, with a revolving door of transients. And every day, it's you breaking your promise to me. If you pass the zoning amendment before you tonight, I will either have to move from Barnstable and let you have your hotel businesses everywhere, or I will need to join other residents and sue you over your broken promise. I'm an elementary school teacher. People tell me I'd make a great plaintiff, but I really don't want to be one. I just want to live in the home that I bought, with the zoning I relied upon when I bought it, and to live my life. Please allow me to do that. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Michelle.
Next, we have Peg Taylor. Peg, if you could unmute, now's your chance to speak at public comment. You have 3 minutes.
I would like to just say I'm Peg Taylor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. And I also moved to Barnstable 4.5 years ago. And so far, I'm happy that I have neighbors in my cul-de-sac. I know that on the other street leading into my neighborhood, it is going to be a short-term rental. And again, as the other woman had mentioned, I moved into the town and purposely picked a nice location like this to keep it as quiet as you can. And I also worry about the property values. If everything turns into a short-term rental in residential areas, who's going to want to purchase a property if you have to sell later on when you finally want to retire or whatever? That's my concern. And that's all I'm going to leave you with.
Thank you very much, Ms. Taylor, for calling in. We appreciate it.
Mr. President, if I could remind the public, if they're here to speak to 2020-193, to please hold their comment for when we open the public hearing on that item.
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Next, we have Jeff Solos. Jeff, if you could unmute yourself, now's your chance to speak for public comment. 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Jeff Solos. Born and raised here on Cape Cod, and
Mr. Solos, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could you please, Mr. Solos, could you please mute your TV?
65 now, and all of a sudden now it becomes this major issue.
Mr. Solos, before I can let you continue speaking at public comment, I need you to mute your TV or your computer that is playing the meeting. We're getting feedback.
There, throughout the town, there are minor issues from time to time. And I feel that we already have regulatory agencies that are in place to handle this. And I think that there are a lot of people who would be very negatively affected if you decide to regulate short-term rentals. Again, these rentals have been going on for years, and I have no idea why people think it's going to be detrimental to their property values. Again, regulate this properly with the powers that are already in place. We don't need to zone out the ability for young people to own homes, for retirees to stay in their homes possibly, et cetera. So again, my position is that I disagree with virtually any regulation of the short-term rentals, and certainly zoning them into certain districts, et cetera, could have a huge negative impact on a lot of the people in town. And that's my 2 cents.
And we thank you for your 2 cents. Have a good night now. Thank you.
Mr. President, we have Janet Davis from Centerville. Janet, it's your turn.
Hi, yes, thank you. My name is Janet Davis. I'm co-chair of Centerville Concerned Citizens. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I just wanted to let the town council know, as well as town leaders, that we are in the process of drafting a letter that we will deliver to town leaders asking for a moratorium on 4 and 5G small cell applications in the town of Barnstable. We're aware that Communications Director Lynn Plant is very busy with both the census and the election. So while we wait for the 5G forum, our hope is that no more small cell applications will be accepted and approved in the town of Barnstable. And if anyone wants to sign on to our letter, they can look at our Facebook page, Centerville Concerned Citizens, and also our Gmail is centervilleconnectcitizens@gmail.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Davis. Madam Clerk, I make note that Council Dagwan has joined us. Thank you.
I have no one else for public comment at this time.
Okay. Do I have to check in with Lynn?
There is no more public comment via phone at this time. Thank you.
Okay, we thank you both very much. Thank you. All right, I'll open it up for response to public comment by the councilors. And then I also hope that either Mr. Santos or Manager Mark Ells will talk to the folks concerned about hunting in their neighborhood and any other questions that were posed on that. So councilors, any comments? Do back to public comment. Seeing none, I would ask town manager to respond or assign someone to respond about the public hunting concern. Mr. Santos, are you available? Okay.
Yes.
So, hello? Oh, town manager, thank you. Mark, if you could respond to the people's concern about hunting.
Oh, sure, I apologize. Well, at this point, the land hasn't been purchased. It's in the process of consideration. Secondly, there is a 500-foot prohibition from residential properties in Massachusetts for hunting. So I think, and if we end up purchasing the land, which we haven't done yet, if we go with a restriction relevant to public water supply, and we say water supply there's a prohibition about hunting within zone ones. Having said that, certainly we're making sure that we can put that type of restriction on and not impact the ability to access state funds or other funding, because all funding from outside agencies is conditioned. And we certainly completely understand the neighborhood's concern about safety. And, we can't control what somebody from the public goes and says to them, but face value, I don't think it's viable that, even if we bought it without restrictions, given the distance to residential properties, that hunting is legal in that area. So, but we will certainly look at that. We'll continue to communicate certainly to you and the residents on this. And I don't have a time frame on the purchase. So the urgency of this happening and now opening up lands that weren't prior or previously open, I don't believe is there for the hunting season. The hunting season's coming in the next couple of months here. But I completely understand the concerns of the residents. And we'll follow all the applicable laws, certainly of the Commonwealth, relevant to this.
So thank you for that, but are we able to put more signs up reminding hunters that that's a neighborhood and they have to stay 500 feet away from any homes?
Mr. President.
Let me talk to our Department of Natural Resources and see what we typically do. I know that after the last comment, they went out to the area to try to identify who said this. So certainly it's on their radar at this point. And, I will ask them if appropriate to put up that kind of sign. Sure.
Thank you very much.
I mean, it's applicable everywhere, though. That's what I don't want to have happen is everybody who abuts open lands may feel as though they need the same sign. And I don't know that that's necessarily the case. Okay.
Thank you.
And then we could also jump in on this. Sorry, if I may, through you, Mr. President, to the previous speakers in the public comment, and also to further support what the town manager said. He's correct about the state law, but I wanted to just add to reassure people on their concerns. I'm in process of negotiating the CR if the town council votes to purchase the property. I've been working with the Barnstable Land Trust, and there is a specific prohibition against hunting. I believe it says camping, hunting, and several other things in the draft that we are now negotiating. So in addition to it being a statewide prohibition because of the distance from homes, it's going to be prohibited in the conservation restriction itself as well. If it's voted.
But I would like to just just to make sure that if that negates the ability to obtain a grant that's been referenced, I don't want to mislead the council that we might be able to access state funds. So Kate, please check into that as well. So we may still proceed with those, but I just want to make sure it doesn't negate the ability to accept a funding source that I think we reference in part of that justification.
We will continue looking into that.
Thank you.
My feeling is that for some reason, some individuals are trying to frighten the people in that area unduly. Again, we want to assure the public that we're going to protect them. And if we are able to accomplish taking over the property, it's going to add a bigger buffer to their homes. So it's in their best interest. So, but thank you, Town Manager and Attorney Connor. Thank you. Great. Okay, any other councilors? Councilor Cullum, please.
I would offer that anyone who feels intimidated by anybody in their yard or on their property threatening to go hunting, you should call BPD. You should call the police department and they can handle that for you. You shouldn't take it on yourself. There's no reason for anybody to be intimidating you on your own property. There's no reason for that at all.
Yep, well said. Thank you very much, Councilor Cullum. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. If there's no further comments to public comment, I will close public comment at this time. The Town Manager Communications, Town Manager, I believe that you're providing it in writing this evening?
I did, yes.
Okay. And that I just remind everybody that we are going to have a special Town Council meeting on October 29th. And it's going to be talking about the wastewater financial position. That is not going to be open for public comment. It is a special meeting of the Town Council to discuss the wastewater management process as well as its financing. So just to let everyone know about that. Thank you very much. All right. We'll now act on the minutes. I'm going to ask the Vice President, Madam Vice President, to act on the minutes, please.
Mr. President, I'd like to move that we vote to accept the meeting minutes of October 1st, 2020 as presented.
Thank you. Who seconded that? Councilor Clark.
I'll second it.
Councilor Clark seconded it, but thank you very much. Madam Clerk, a roll call, please.
Councilors Bogan,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Deborah?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Rapgrassetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes?
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Snap,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Any communications for elected officials, boards, committees, staff, commission, reports, correspondence, and announcements? Councilor Levesque, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to thank the Dan Santos, Sean Jones, the head of the Highway Department, and everybody who has been involved, those who have volunteered. I named the town officials that volunteered, but they didn't want to be in the pictures, so I'm not going to necessarily thank them. But I think they want to remain private. But thanks to all those who are participating in the farmers to families events that have been happening at Cape Cod Community College. We have so far given out 1,050 boxes both days. Last week we actually sold out. We had to open 40 minutes early because traffic was backed up onto Route 6. We were getting the state police calling us, so we had to open up a little early, and we wrapped up at 1:03, the last box. We were supposed to close at 1, and we gave out the last box at 1:03. So very successful. It is a rain or shine event, so rain is in the forecast this Saturday, but we will be out at Four Seas again. with another 1,050 boxes ready to deliver to those, anybody. Could be veteran, could be somebody just in need. There's no sign up involved. Just get in line and receive a fresh box of food. So I just wanted to shout out to Jenny Wheeler, Harry Henry from the Culinary Collaborative and Fate Family Kitchen, and Don Cox, the Mass Military Support Foundation, for securing the grant to make it all happen here in Barnstable. So obviously everybody at Cape Cod Community College, John Cox, Chris Clark, and everybody there by making it possible as well. So we have 3 more weekends. We got the 17th, 24th, and 31st. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on that good work, Councilor Levesque and your team. Thank you. Any other, Councilor Snap, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to remind the public that on October 17th, which is this Saturday, the statewide eviction moratorium will end. And so if you have any concerns about making your rental or mortgage payments, the Housing Assistance Corporation has a workforce housing relief fund that might be of help. And that can be reached at Housing Assistance Corp or hackoncapecod.org.
Thank you, Councilor Snap. Very important stuff. Thank you. Okay, unless there's any other councilors, we will close communications.
Oh, wait.
I'm sorry, Councilor Snap again.
Yes, October 17th is also an important date. We have early voting starting, and I don't know if our town clerk wants to give any details on that before we move off of town communications.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you like to speak on that?
Certainly. At the Barnstable Adult Community Center, formerly known as the Senior Center, at 825 Falmouth Road in Hyannis, we will be starting on the 17th at 8 o'clock in the morning till 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday and Sunday, and then continuing with early voting Monday through Friday from 8:30 to 4:30. And again, the following weekend, we will be there from 8 to 1 on Saturday and Sunday, and finally ending at 4:30 on the 30th of October. So come on down and vote if you haven't sent your ballot back yet.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And again, there's a drop-off box at Town Hall if somebody wants to drop off their ballot. And it's in the front of the building facing the green, and it's available to you 24/7. And it's when you get to the black box that's assigned to the clerk and the alcove, you open it by simply pulling it down and then inserting your ballot inside. Thank you very, very much. Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. In our town manager communication was something that probably should be relayed to the public regarding the bottle redemption center at the solid waste transfer station that assists the nonprofit organizations. That's going to be reopening on the 19th. So you'll be able to bring your redeemables there. And a lot of these nonprofits rely on the monies that they take in during that time. So I'm happy to see that that's going to start up again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, bringing that to our attention, Madam Vice President. Thank you. Councilor Starr, please.
Just to add to what the clerk and Quirk said is, if you have a ballot sent to your house, if you've asked for a ballot to be sent, you do not have to. You don't have to take it to Town Hall. You can take it to the senior center and deliver it there. For early voting. It may be closer for some people.
Thank you, Councilor Starr, for that. And also, if you do take it to Town Hall and you have a disability in terms of steps and things, at the parking lot, right outside the Town Hall where there's limited parking, but right there, there is a box for you to, any correspondence or to pay your taxes. There's a box to the town treasurer's office. And so you can leave your ballot in there and they will make sure it gets to the town clerk. And as the town clerk also takes anything that belongs to the town treasurer over to their office. So it's everybody's working together to be convenient here. So thank you very much. Awesome. Any other comments? All right, thank you very much. We're now going to move into new business, and we're going to proceed with this. I want to point out that in all of our great efforts in working together, we have not missed any deadlines. We have kept the wheels of government moving in the town of Barnstable. We have not delayed any presentations. We have not delayed any workshops. We have done our due diligence to do our work. So I want us to work on the first item. It's a serious item. I'm going to make sure that all councilors get to speak and are comfortable. If it goes for an overly long period of time, up to an hour and a half on the discussion, and we have not determined direction as a council, I'm going to ask that we move the item forward to the next date that we would be, which would be November 5th. I want to point out right as we get started the seriousness of working on this item, and I think Councilor Snep in her presentation will explain the different votes that we can do tonight and what the effects are of whether we say yes, no, withdraw, move it forward, or whatever. So we have to all work together on this and be kind to one another. Thank you. So with that being said, I'm going to ask Councilor Snep to please read into the orders of the day, item number 2020-193, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an item of old business requiring a public hearing and a roll call vote of 2/3. Item 2020-193, order amending Chapter 240 zoning, Article 2, Section 7, adding certain provisions pertaining to short-term rentals.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilor Snep. We will now have a presentation from Elizabeth Jenkins on the rationale and the recommendation from the planning board. Thank you.
Good evening, councilors. Elizabeth Jenkins, Director of Planning and Development. If you'll allow me to share my screen, just have a few slides tonight to walk you through the proposal. Again, 2020-193 is a proposed amendment to the town of Barnstable zoning ordinance to recognize the use of short-term rentals in the town of Barnstable. As the town council and public are well aware, it is one piece of a two-part approach to regulating short-term rentals in the town. Again, this piece being 2020-193 to recognize the use as a permitted use of a dwelling in Barnstable. The accompanying item being 2020-192, the general ordinance requiring short-term rentals to be registered and to put controls in place to regulate short-term rental use to the benefit of our residents and visitors. I'll take a moment to walk you through the text of the proposed zoning amendment. The zoning amendment states that short-term rentals shall be permitted within lawful dwelling units in all zoning districts. Particularly, I want to point out this provision is relevant because it does require a short-term rental to occur within a lawful dwelling unit, would not allow a short-term rental to occur in another location, a tent, a trailer, a treehouse, and so on. So again, permitting the use in all zoning districts and permitting it within lawful dwelling units only. The amendment goes on to define what is a short-term rental, consistent with the provisions that were considered in 192. A short-term rental is defined as a residential dwelling or any portion of a dwelling rented out through the use of advanced reservations for a fee for a period of not more than 31 consecutive days. And I'll pause here to point out that this regulation was drafted consistent with the state Department of Revenue regulations that imposed an excise tax on short-term rentals. The definition of short-term rentals then goes on to define by exclusion what a short-term rental is not. Hotels, motels, lodging establishments, bed and breakfasts, and the addition of cottage colonies, again, a traditional seasonal land use here in the town of Barnstable, not subject to these regulations. Finally, the proposed zoning amendment addresses the component of the land use that deals with parking. The amendment states when a property is in use as a short-term rental, on-site parking shall not be in any cultivated or landscaped area between a roadway and the part of the principal structure nearest the roadway. Again, requiring vehicles to be parked in a driveway or a paved area, no parking in the front yard. The planning board considered this proposed amendment at their meeting on September 14th, 2020. The planning board plays an advisory role when it comes to zoning amendments, making recommendations to the town council on proposed zoning amendments. After a duly noticed public hearing, the planning board voted affirmatively to recommend the amendment to the council as written. Thank you, President Hebert. That concludes my rationale.
Thank you very, very much. We will now open for public comment. I'm going to ask again, if you have already spoken tonight on this item, please do not repeat that. If you're going to say the same thing that somebody else is going to say, I'm going to ask you to please refrain from, just for the sake of time, refrain from duplication of the same items. We're going to enforce the 3-minute zone. That is not to be disrespectful of anyone. So Madam Vice President will assist me in keeping this tight as we possibly can. So now we will open for public comment, please.
All right, the first person I have for public comment is Ann Schulte, and you have 3 minutes.
Okie doke. Good evening. I feel like we're old friends at this point. Ann Schulte of Centerville. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for actually responding to public comment at the last meeting. After attending in person and via Zoom over the past many months, that was a first and much appreciated by many of us. I would also like to thank Attorney Nober for pointing out again at the planning board meeting of September 14th, the idea of change versus clarification to existing zoning that continues to be discussed. The Cape Cod Times quoted her on September 16th after the meeting as stating, quote, "The general rule in zoning is that if a specific use is not permitted in the zoning ordinance, then it is prohibited." I agree with her, and she seemed very clear. I would like to remind the councilors that there are presently only 3 districts in Barnstable where short-term rentals are not specifically allowed and therefore do not need clarification or change. As the saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. As you know, there has been little to no dialogue and conversation during these ongoing discourse. I hope you know how I feel at this point and why. I would like to listen to you. I would like to understand how those of you who seem to be adamant proponents of change in the current zoning laws, and it is change versus clarification, as Attorney Nober stated, feel the way you do. Please help convince me that you are doing the right thing for the town of Barnstable. Councilwoman Cullum said at the last meeting, it's time to deliver the baby. As a mother, she should know that delivering a baby is not something you can plan for a specific date. A lot of times it takes a lot longer than you hope, but in the end, it's certainly worth waiting for. I hope that will be the case here. As always, thank you for your time. Good night.
Next up for public comment is Victor Dubinsky. Victor's now's your chance to speak.
All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I spoke last time, then I read everything in a lot of details, and I come back with some comments. So I'm in the current way it is written today. I'm not really a big fan of the current ordinance. Couple items, right? First of all, it's not clearly outlined what problems we're trying to fix. And I don't really see any supporting data, actual data, surveys, not public surveys, but official surveys, police reports where the actual problems do exist and appear, with short-term rentals. This has been happening for decades. Seems like it's been happening, right? And everything was fine. I'm not saying there are no individual issues, but then we should be solving those and not just blanket laws that might actually hurt more than anybody else. Now, the result, I think, and some of it I'm speaking from other towns I lived in, which did similar things, not specifically about this, but on a similar matter. Revenue loss, because tourism is for Cape Cod, I think it's #1 product besides real estate taxes. So think about that. Everybody will be affected, right? Local businesses will be affected because, look, there is demand. Demand will go to other towns, right? Cape Cod is big. And I spoke to others. They said, guys, please pass it. That means we're going to get more business. It's not just short-term owners, but also the local businesses said the same thing. Cleaning, restaurants, so on and so forth, right? So I actually emailed town council with proposal. Look, I can volunteer my time to offer this kind of cause and effect. I'm a scientist. I'm a business owner. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm very much for the good ordinance, but let's make it win-win-win for everybody, right? Right now, it sounds like it's going to be the worst of two evils or something like that, which means everybody's going to lose, right? So let's define the actual issues. Let's map the current ordinance one by one, what issue each item solves. And if it doesn't solve anything, then strike it out, right? And the last thing I want to say is we are the owners, right, as well. I'm a short-term owner here, but I also live here, several weeks or months a year. And we are invested in this as well. Right now, it's kind of written like somebody wants to punish us, right? And the last point I want to ask is, I don't see in the ordinance the process, right? You're going to do registrations, you're going to do inspections, you're going to do all of that. I don't see any laws how it's going to be managed. And the last thing you want to do is pass a law, and then it's a chaos. People cannot register. Ordinances should be easy in this case, and then people will follow. And I'm more than happy to pass one. But let's make it easy and the right one that solves the issues that are actually bothering everybody or individuals, and maybe solve them specifically. And then everybody will be happy.
Mr. Dubinsky.
Okay, no, I'm pretty much done. Again, waiting for the reply to my email and offering my help free of charge via electronic ways. Thank you very much.
Next up for public comment is Bob Schulte. Mr. Schulte, you may go now.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Bob Schulte, and my wife and I live in Centerville. Early yesterday afternoon, we sent an email to each of the council members that outlines 3 suggestions that we felt could lead to a compromise on the short-term rental issue, particularly as it pertains to the zoning issue. I know you have another long night ahead of you, so I will not take the time to read it now. However, for any members of the public interested in reading our letter, both the Barnstable Patriot and Hyannis, the Patch.com Hyannis have run it either in its entirety or a slightly edited version. While we don't necessarily expect everyone to agree with all of our suggestions, we do hope you have at least read our letter and would appreciate some acknowledgement during your response to public comment of what we said and why you either agree or disagree. We would like to thank the majority of you who have been willing to take the time to ask questions and attempt to understand the implications of the proposed short-term rental zoning amendment and general ordinance before you. However, I want to say that we continue to be appalled by the behavior and comments made by Councillor Cullum throughout this process. I'll remind you that Councillor Cullum is the individual who, along with former Councillor Biedenbender, engaged in a series of profanity-filled disrespectful text exchanges in which she and Ms. Biedenbender referred to my wife and me, along with other members of the public and several of you, using curse words that cannot be repeated in a public forum. Those comments were all made during the course of discussing town business, so they were not part of a private conversation and were provided to another citizen as part of a Freedom of Information Act request. In spite of her actions, do you think we've heard an apology or even an acknowledgement by Councilor Cullum of her derogatory comments? No, not a single word. Instead, last week we watched her continue to bully her way into almost every conversation and listen to her berate and chastise those of you who took the time to ask questions, telling you to do your homework. We are tired of watching Councilor Cullum disrespect the public and run roughshod over other council members. If she has any professionalism and respect for her colleagues in the public, it's time for her, as they say, to put on her big girl panties and apologize, resign, and join the ranks of former town councilors along with Ms. Biedenbender. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Snap.
I would like to remind the public that we're here to discuss the item 2020-193. We are not here to make any comments about counselors, and I'd appreciate that there aren't any further ones this evening.
Thank you, Councilor Snap.
Mr. President, we have Jean Quaglia from Hyannis. Mr. Quaglia, it's your turn.
Thank you, and thank you, the town council. I sent a letter to Cynthia Lovell at the request of the town. I presented it on September 17th, and I followed up with a letter on October 11th. Just want to make sure it's entered into the record. I am a short-term rental owner, and I have 3 properties, and my really objection is the way the rule is written, which will force me to sell one of my properties without me doing anything. 20 years I've been doing this. Everybody's been happy, great reviews, even the neighbors like my renters. And then secondly, properties are already registered with the Town of Barnstable Regulatory Services Department. Annual fee is paid, and inspection is done every year. So some of these clauses are redundant. There is already an inspection process. There's already a registration, and there's already penalties for not doing the right thing. And then the last thing is there's a number of things that can be done to eliminate parties and craziness and things like that, which is really the primary concern people are having. Some of it is enforcing the existing laws for disturbing the peace and holding the homeowner responsible, the landlord, whatever. And at the same time, just making sure that everybody understands there's already regulations and process that's already in place. And when I spoke to the health department folks, they were not even aware of some of these regulations that are being considered. This is the Public Health Division of the Town of Barnstable Regulatory Services Department. And I'm actually looking at my registration certificates as we speak. So thanks for your time. Just want to make sure you look at the rule the way you've written it. It's going to be detrimental. It's going to cause people to sell properties if they don't want to. And it's going to cause lost tax revenue and in multiple ways. Thank you.
Next for public comment is John Crow. John, now's your turn to speak.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, John. Thank you.
At the last town council meeting, many of us saw the start of a collapse, an awkward disassembling of an effort by few of your impatient colleagues to lean on you to quickly pass zoning and regulatory changes opposed by most citizens of this town. The intense frustration of these few councilors have with the public, and now with some of you, was apparent in your last meeting. They wanted us to be quiet all along. That's in black and white. And one even told you to stop asking questions during your council meetings. We are all hearing word that the current sales pitch to pass through the subcommittee proposal is you can't have an ordinance to regulate short-term rentals without gutting our residential zoning. Of course, short-term rentals have been regulated all around the country without changing zoning. In fact, specifically to protect existing zoning. How is it that Barnstable is so terminally different? What we all hope is that you ask lots of questions tonight, challenge assertions, and do your due diligence. There are some who have said explicitly they just want to pass something, and that you are out of time. That is respectfully nonsense. They don't care that their own civic associations have said, please don't do this. They apparently don't care that this is the kind of vote that loses elections, and I have the data on that. They don't care that hundreds of voters showed up for civic association meetings, sitting on uncomfortable folding chairs in the night, giving input that was never discussed by their subcommittee. This short-term rental mess, never modeled on other successful communities, never integrated with our housing crisis or your comprehensive plan, is in your hands. It's time for the honorable among you who care what the community thinks and who will not be bullied, and to do the right thing, not just to do something, and not just act because a mistake might be able to be fixed. I respectfully appeal to our town council president, Paul Hebert, and vice president, Jessica Rapp-Cressetti, to give the civic association proposals the courtesy of your respect and to take up the reasoned and workable solutions that they have presented to you. Our organizations ask for leadership and the ability to come to a fair, equitable agreement that will protect our neighborhoods and the Cape Cod way of life. And one last thing. I'd rather have both a Hunter and a 5G cell tower next door to my house than another short-term rental. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crow.
Mr. President, on the phone now, we have Jennifer Mercadenti from West Barnstable. Go ahead, Ms. Mercadenti.
Hi, I just want to thank you all for your time in dealing with this through so many of these meetings. I believe that Cynthia Lowell sent you all an email that I kind of generated this week. And I do want to say that, I'm an owner of short-term rental, and I do understand that certain people in certain neighborhoods, have had trouble with, parties or too many people, or apparently people parking on their lawn. So, I do understand that there is, in certain situations, maybe a lack of accountability from the owners of these short-term rentals, and maybe that is kind of one of the root issues. So, I've lived in other cities and towns that have them, and, who's to say that someone that rents your house for 32 days isn't going to disrupt your neighbors, but, I guess with the zoning versus there just being some sort of registry, that's all up to you guys to decide. But, as a short-term rental owner, I would hope that if my neighbors were having issues having to call the police, that they would loop me into that, because, sometimes you're in town, sometimes you're out of town when there's people occupying your home. So, maybe something as simple as just having a registry and, mandating that if you are a short-term rental owner or operator, that you do provide your neighbors with your direct contact information, in lieu or, for potential of things to happen. With the email that I sent, there were some things, and, I guess I'm kind of confused that the zoning board thing that was just read a few minutes ago didn't really talk about all of the details that were in the larger document on the website.
Did we run out of time, or did did the connection break?
Versus having a weekly service. So, and then the other thing was just the number of occupants. I know that there's probably fire codes that if you guys decide to zone it as kind of a care for a bed and breakfast type thing, that, maybe those fire codes would be applicable, but it seems like our number was just kind of picked out of the air, like, oh, you have 5 bedrooms, you have, 2 guests per room plus another 2. So, again, I don't know the history or where those numbers came from, but I just hope that you guys can investigate that for your constituents. And again, I thank you for your time that you dedicated to all of this.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Janice Liu. Janice, now's your chance for you to speak.
Janice, you're muted, Janice.
Mateo, go upstairs. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Janice. Did the connection break?
Hello?
Having a weekly service.
Janice, you're going to have to mute your device, your television, or in the background. There you go.
Thank you, Janice.
Go ahead, Janice. Janice, you may speak now.
Hey, I can't hear anything. Can barely hear you. Can you hear me? Okay. Hello, everybody.
Hello, Janice.
So, I've owned a short-term rental. I can't hear you, but I assume you can hear me.
Yes, we can, Janice. We can hear you.
I've owned a short-term rental since 2011. I had 2 of them. I sold 1 of them. I'm sorry, sir. I can't hear you.
Janice,
Your device, your television,
Yeah.
Janice, we won't be
Okay.
responding to you.
What?
We won't be responding to you during your comment period.
I got it.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
I'll be quick, brief. I've owned 2 short-term rentals since 2011, and I have seen a mountain of change in those years. And I have to say that I think something has to do to control what's happening here. You've gone from, individual owners, which I don't have much of an objection to companies and Airbnb, which, has property managers, and it's out of control. I see it in my own area. I see it in my own area, and I'm very, very concerned. I appreciate you paying attention to where people can park and cannot park. I will echo the gentleman who said there are already registrations. I'm quite confused about what you're doing now, but I do support regulation, and I feel bad for people who live full-time and have this going on next to them, because just in my situation where I mostly summer with my kids, it's awful. And if I were to ask anything to make sure that during the months of July and August, people cannot rent for 2 or 3 days, that they have to rent for 7, because it's a horror show with people coming in and out, and limitations on parking, and owners who don't care what they're doing.
You have
Everything
20
has
seconds,
changed.
Jan.
So I don't know how this is all going to turn out, but I think the body of you that are considering this are doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Thank you.
Mr. President, we now have Deb Crow from Hyannis.
Thank you.
Deb, please, it's your turn to speak.
Hello, this is Deb Crow, and I'd like to make a comment just on the zoning article.
Thank you.
I do not think it is appropriate to vote a zoning article before you've designed the product. And so therefore, I would like to see the zoning article delayed until after the ordinance is approved. And I also really do not have any understanding why every district has to be able to have a short-term rental. It becomes the most prominent piece of zoning in the town because everything else isn't this, every other district doesn't have every other option. So basically, I'd like to ask you to delay working on this until after the ordinance has passed or been turned down. I don't see any benefit in having a zoning article there this early. And I also very definitely do not like the parking in the zoning article. It allows much too much parking all over the lot. But again, this is just for the zoning article. Please delay it. Well, you can vote against it, that would be fine too, but please delay it until at least the ordinance has had a full review. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Crowell.
Next up for public comment is Mr. McGaughlin. Mr. McGaughlin, now's your chance to speak. You just need to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Don McGaughlin and I live in Katuitt. Since May, I've spoken at 6 meetings of either the zoning subcommittee, the planning board, or the town council. My comments have been generally the same, but none were ever considered, discussed, or adopted, which I must say is somewhat disappointing. The proposed zoning amendment is poorly drafted and needs a major rewrite. There are 3 types of the 776 STRs. Not one, there are 3. The zoning amendment should not be one size fits all because it does not fit everyone. The first type of STR are owners residing on the premises. The second type of STR are absentee owner occupants. By far the majority of STRs, 651. Those are not the major issues. The third type of the STR is the major issue, and that is investor-owned. There are 125, which is the most egregious to our residential zones. This is not the type of housing that should be allowed in a residential zone. It is incompatible with residential zones. Investor-owned should be prohibited, and a present investor owner should become non-conforming. We are all familiar with the problems of investor-owned properties, particularly in Hyannis, Barnstable, and perhaps Centerville. Problems like poorly behaved renters, loud music, cars parked all over the lot, and even fraternity-like parties and calls to the police, whether recorded or not. But one might not expect what I'm about to say in a small subdivision of 14 homes in a peaceful neighborhood with large lots over 1 acre, cul-de-sacs, and a large tree growth in each lot. Well, it happened to an owner who lives on 25 Commodore Lane in Marston's Mills, near the Sandwich Town line. In this case, the property manager for the adjacent STR property is 2 hours away from Barnstable. So investor-owned can happen anywhere in Barnstable. If no changes are made to investor-owned properties, the town is perpetuating short-term rental management companies that serve only these investor-owner properties who have no interest in our neighborhoods.
You have 30 seconds.
The town council has listened to citizens when discussing the general ordinance, which is positive. We hope that it continues, but please listen to us on this poorly drafted zoning amendment as it relates to investor-owned properties. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next is the McLaughlins. If you would like to unmute yourself, you have 3 minutes.
How you doing? Thank you. I just want to say thanks for taking the time. I'll be brief. We've owned the home since 1989, and we've been renting it out for a little over 10 years now. I don't understand exactly why you guys are trying to zone it separately. We've been doing this, like I said, for over 10 years, and we have not had any issues. We put numerous technology in place to limit issues so that it doesn't bother residents, such as noise aware and camera systems on the exterior of the property. And we actually even have it in our rules that no one is allowed to park on the grass or anything like that, just out of respect for our neighbors. Again, I'm not really sure why you guys are trying to zone it separately. I think you guys are, putting a mask on a bigger issue where it's, like I said, a very small issue. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. Thank you.
Yep.
I do have more comment. It'll just be a second for them to join us. Okay, next up is M. Crowley. If you could unmute yourself, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi, thank you so much. I'm very pleased to be able to speak to you. I live in the town of Barnstable. I have a small cottage that I have been, it's adjacent to my property, so it's actually considered on my property. I've been renting it out for about probably about 6 or 7 years due to the fact that it is a tiny cottage, but I'm taxed as if it were a 4-bedroom home. And what I am wanted to speak to is the proposal that the renters stay for a 1 week or 7 days. I am against this, and for several different reasons. I feel like I'm a responsible rent owner. I've never had a problem. I've never had rowdy customers. I've never had a complaint from one of my neighbors. And I do not see how renting for 7 days versus 4 days or 5 days will solve the problems that some people appear to be having, which I'm sorry about, of having unruly customers. And to speak to the fact that if there were no short-term rentals in the town, that would free up badly needed housing for residents, either summer workers or year-long residents. I do feel that that is an assumption. And I do not feel that it's the responsibility of the owners of the property to provide housing for the residents of the town. And that's pretty much what I wanted to be able to say. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Crowley.
It'll just be another second. Okay, Ken, you're up for public comment. If you could unmute.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me now.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Kenneth Nozzle, and I'm a resident of Centerville. I would like to speak on the 2020-193 zoning amendment proposal. I believe the central issue to this amendment is allowing STRs to exist in all zoning districts. There is currently no differentiation between investor-owned, owner-occupied, and non-owner occupied in the amendment. I'm not against STRs and understand their value to the Cape. My grievance is with non-owner occupied and investor-owned STRs being allowed and condoned in single-family only residential districts. When we were in the market for a home on the Cape, I would not have considered purchasing the home located next to a non-owner occupied or an investor-owned STR the same way I wouldn't buy a home next to a Motel 6. I don't believe most councilors here tonight would either. At the meeting of the council on October 1st, Councilor Rappresetti spoke about many of the same concerns that I had. When she spoke about investor-owned STRs, quote, let's face it, it is a business, or I don't want a neighbor to turn their house into a revolving door. And lastly, I want to preserve the neighborhoods of our community, end quote. She echoed my thoughts also. Another issue with the zoning amendment is the concern for parking. We've heard a lot about that tonight. At the September 14th meeting of the Planning Board, some members expressed reservations and concerns that the language of the amendment was not restrictive enough and would allow parking on grassy areas behind or on the sides of the house, etc. Even with these concerns, they made no changes and they approved the amendment as written. Again, this is similar to a business motels advertising ample free parking. If you allow this zoning amendment as written to be passed, we will lose residential, single family only home districts, and they might as well be labeled commercial because these type of STRs are businesses. I respectfully ask councilors do not approve the zoning amendment as written or to make the necessary changes to protect the integrity of our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Just waiting for the next person to join us. Okay, Sean, now is your chance to speak. You could unmute yourself. Sean Hearn.
Can you hear me now?
We can, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hi, my name is Sean Hearn, and I just want to, I can't hear what's going on in your meeting because I'm on a Zoom call and it's not picking up what's going on there. But I just want to tell you how I'm in favor of this, of the short-term rental. It has helped me afford a house on Cape Cod. It has helped put my kids through college. The hotels don't have enough capacity to keep up with it. It allows families to come enjoy a home together rather than being in multiple hotel rooms. This is more progressive thinking. I hope our elected officials take this under consideration. This is Uber, where many cities didn't want Uber, and in cities all across America, this is the housing Uber. I mean, this is the way people are doing things now. They're doing short-term rentals. It's absolutely fabulous for the people that can have a family or two share a home. I know, the people that have concerns are the people that I'm sure, the occasional the rowdy party, but we have police enforced to deal with that, and I think that's again the minority of situations. I think most people are great, law-abiding people that just want a nice getaway to Cape Cod. Not to mention the money that is bringing into the Barnstable County coffers from the hotel tax that's now implemented, and the trickle-down effect that it has for the businesses that only have a really good 4 to 6 months a year to make it for the rest of the year. So I feel very strongly about it. I understand the concerns of people that that have concerns about people partying and putting too many people in houses. But there's a way to deal with this, and limitations and regulations, over regulations, are not the answer, in my opinion. So I appreciate your time and your consideration of my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Hearn.
Next, we have Heather Posen. Heather, if you could unmute, now's your chance to speak at public comment. Heather, now's your chance to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, yes, this is Jeremy Posen. We live in Cotuit. We've been residents for 13 years. We have a small studio cottage, guest house, and we think that people, for renting, there's a big difference between renting a large house, which can house a lot of people and would be open for big parties, and the regulations that would be necessary for a house like that, versus our cottage, which is on our property, which we're also staying in our main house, and we have a maximum of 4 people. We've had 33 renters over the last 2 summers, with a minimum stay of 3 nights, max. The longest we've ever had somebody is for 7 nights. Many people who would want to stay in a place that of that size would not want to stay for as long as 7 nights, because it would just simply be too small to be comfortable for that period of time. People come in for a long weekend, 3 or 4 nights, and we've had no problems, and we've had no complaints, and we've had no complaints about our tenants. And we think it's a great opportunity to introduce people to our great village of Cotuit and the great town town of Barnstable. People who have visited restaurants, local establishments. It's not really a one-size-fits-all issue in our estimation and our thoughts, and we think that that it should be, if there's any regulations, it should be very determinant on size and length of stay, and owner occupied versus kind of a investment property. And we appreciate your thoughts and your consideration. And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to reach out to us. We'd love to have further discussion with you about this. Thank you very much for your time. Have a great evening. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Next up for public comment is Matt Tagg. Matt, now's your chance to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight on this very important matter. You have an opportunity to enact a regulation tonight on a previously unregulated activity, a truly unique opportunity. This activity, however, short-term rentals, is a stalwart of the local economy, a stalwart that produces not only income for the residents and of the Cape and property owners, but 14.5% excise tax to the state of Massachusetts and local authorities. This is also a commonly accepted practice here in our area, specifically to Cape Cod, for well over the last 100 years. Much of the evidence you may hear tonight for those against adopting a short-term rental zoning bylaw is unproven, undetermined evidence, generally hearsay, and if there are such major issues on a daily basis, where are the photos, the videotape, the police reports? Do I doubt that there were loud parties and disturbed neighbors? Absolutely, I'm sure there were, but there's no evidence. You'll hear about crime, unpleasant people, odd-looking people in the neighborhood. I heard about nasty pets that could be invited to the town. Again, all hearsay and scare tactics to create a bigger problem than what currently exists. I'd like the council and the members of the public to listen up. This is a very, very important point. You are imposing a new regulation that currently, where there was precedent for a lawsuit that would clearly ban this activity. If you look at Little versus Swiak in the land court in May of 2017, without a regulation in place, this activity will be banned by judicial action. And it's unfortunate that this is the threat that is used to create this zoning bylaw. I fully support the bylaw as written. It should be allowed in all districts. And I support sensible regulation. I also support the fact that with any use, if we're going to call a short-term rental a use, it should be protected under pre-existing non-conforming rights, inherent to Mass Chapter 48. I want to thank the town council and also the staff for their very diligent work on this effort, but I ask you tonight to adopt the zoning bylaw as written and move on from this issue. There are much more pressing issues we need to address today. Wastewater, affordable housing, those are the things where the town should be spending their valuable time, not fighting over short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Teague.
Next is Tina Carey. Tina, if you could unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hello,
Hi.
Tina.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I tried calling the town attorney today to find out if they looked into the Fair Housing Act, if this is a violation. I haven't heard from anyone. I'd like to hear from the town attorney because I've pulled up the regulations on rentals. It's 804 CMR, and it says that you cannot discriminate against someone in renting because they're on public assistance or a housing subsidy in selling, renting, or leasing of housing accommodations. So I'd like to know if that who's eligible thing is going to hold up. Also, the limit of 1,500 short-term rentals in the town at any one time. I have 2 short-term rentals on one property. Is that considered one rental because it's on one piece of land, or is it considered 2 because it's 2 separate units? That needs some clarification. And if something happened to me and I passed this on to my children and they couldn't get a short-term rental, does that mean we go on a list like a mooring list and they have to wait for years and years to get their short-term rental license back? There's just so many unanswered, confusing obstacles to this that don't make a whole lot of sense, that still need to be worked on. I know everybody is entitled to the use of their home, how they want to use their home. And I understand people that don't want a lot of parties next door to them. Everyone's entitled to the quiet enjoyment of their home. But we have something in place, and it's called 911. When you're not having the quiet enjoyment of your home, you just dial 911, and the police should come and handle that for you. It's not something you can put in zoning that has any teeth to it. If people in a neighborhood want to ban short-term rentals in their neighborhood, all they have to do is form a homeowners association.
You have 30 seconds.
The rules and regulations in the homeowners association would be just like in a condo association. They would be recorded with your deed. You could put in there that you did not allow short-term rentals in this particular street or neighborhood or whatever, but it would be maybe a detriment to you when you tried to sell your house. But for people who are seeking to buy a home that has a restriction against short-term rentals, that is a way that people could restrict short-term rentals in a particular area. I'm sure Oyster Harbors must have something that they restrict
Your
what you
time
can
is
do
up,
over
Ms.
there.
Perry.
Thank you,
Okay.
Tina.
Is my time up? All
Yes,
right.
Tina.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Christian T. Christian, now's your chance to speak.
You. Hi, good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing this evening? Christian Tag here. I think, gosh, this must be the dozenth meeting that I've been to on this topic. Enjoy the heck out of each one, an opportunity to stretch our local government wings. I keep on hearing that there's a lot of money to be made in this town with short-term rentals. I can tell you that I've had one with my brother and my father for about 10 years, and I got home from work less than an hour ago and was not able to put my kids to sleep tonight because that's what there's no money to be made in the way in which it's being phrased here. I ask you, where are these investors? If these investors are so savvy and this is such a cash cow, why aren't they here tonight trying to grease the wheels and pay this thing off so it moves along? They're not here because the vast majority of owners, as an individual already discussed, 151 of these are owners that are in the town. They're single owner folk that just happen to have had enough scratch to put together to buy a place that they could either have in the future for themselves or maybe rent it out and have some fun with it. Tax revenue. These are tough times. We're sold to believe that we are in the midst of a recession. I find it very interesting that we don't hear any numbers tossed around with how much money the town could possibly lose if we dump short-term rentals in general. That would be nice to know. Crime speaks for itself, folks. Everybody, the last speaker couldn't have put it better. You call 911 if there's an issue, and I'm not saying, as everybody has to in the nicety of this meeting, I'm not saying that I think everybody should have to call 911 and that people should be allowed to have parties late at night. No, but people generally abide by the town regulations. Folks know that it's 9. Well, 9 is lights out for all intents and purposes, and that's what we put in our regs. I challenge anybody here, as we have passed what I consider to be the end of the official season, this last 3-day weekend. I challenge anybody to find a trend this season, last, or any other season for that matter, that indicates that there's any sort of criminal activity, any sort of regular violation of any town ordinance, in particular ones which have been claimed to be the genesis of these problems.
30 seconds.
The fact of the matter is this: we're making regulation based on anecdote. The plural of anecdote is not data. How many other regulations are we going to make in this fashion in the future, and how many have been made in the past? Let's get smart. Let's pass this thing. Let's be done with it. Let's enjoy a nice quiet fall. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christian.
Next up for public comment is Jeffrey. Jeffrey, if you could unmute yourself, please.
Yes, I'm unmuted.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. Well, Really, I have not been able to hear most of the meeting until just very recently, but I do have a personal position within this whole discussion. My wife and I have been affiliated with the Cape since well beyond 1976, and my parents have owned homes in Denison, the Mayflower Beach area, and what have you. And so I do have a personal position with the area here, and I do know that there are certain positions that we like to have things remain the way that they have always been. I do know that things tend to move in directions that we don't necessarily want. That being said, we did sell our family home in Dennis and have moved to Yarmouthport, and we did have an opportunity to buy within a seasonal rental cottage community in Comaquid on the mouth of Barnstable Harbor, which is a beautiful area. The only way that we could afford that is if we rent, and naturally my wife and I thought that Airbnb would be a perfect opportunity to get our place out there and attract renters. We've had a wonderful experience over the past 3 years. I do know that the cottage community has had a 7-day rental history, and I have been asked by
Jeffrey is frozen on the screen. Sarah.
Yes, I see. While we wait and see if he comes back, I have Bill Watson for public comment if you'd like to speak. And if Jeffrey pops back in, we'll let him finish.
Thank you very much, Sarah.
Okay, Bill, go ahead.
Good afternoon, or actually good evening, everyone. Bill Watson. I might be the lone person that does not live on the Cape, but is an owner that is looking forward to retiring in my home at some point down the road. A lot of the folks prior to me have eloquently made enough points that I don't need to reiterate them. But, you know, just to pick on one of the elements there, the 1 hour response in person. I live about 35 miles north of Boston. Most of the time, but I do love to stay on the Cape when I can in my house, but it is not something I can do all the time. So the point for us is that we rent our home usually in the month of July and August. So I would hate to see something like this change the way we have to conduct our business in the short term, because I certainly wouldn't want to be driven away, because again, my intent is to retire in that home at some point, hopefully soon. As someone said previously, short-term rentals have been a way of life on the Cape during the summer for generations. Why change it now? I think the policy works as is. As many people have said, we've got 911, we've got great public safety personnel to step in where needed, and I don't see the need to really overreact and really put together these statutes that really are going to put a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. You know, I would mention that, you know, if you want a good statute, if you want a good law or regulation, usually it's done in a bipartisan approach, and that is not what has happened here. This is one-sided. I don't think I've ever been contacted to ask for my opinion on what could be done to improve or look at this. So I would say that if you're going to do something like this in the future, ask the people. I think you would get a lot of great ideas and great context to use going forward. So, you know, the last thing I will leave you with is, you know, the last thing you want to do is tip the balance, in the sense that if folks that rent during the summer were to leave and then you fill those houses in with regular families, I can guarantee you that the money that you're going to have to spend on education will increase. You won't need to obviously, you don't need to obviously worry about so much of that today, but if you look at other towns and cities where it is mainly full-time residents, 50+% of your tax revenues go to that entity, education. And we know that doesn't happen there. and sometimes that's a good thing. But I expect that, you know, the folks on the board will do the right thing. And again, I thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Bill.
Jeffrey is back on if you'd like to finish his comments.
Yes, I am. I'm so sorry about that. To make a long story short, I think what's happening is that, you know, we invested in this particular property with the idea that we could accommodate certain rental provisions. And what we have found with Airbnb is that we are attracting a group of people who tend to go through the area, and they may not necessarily want to stay for 7 days. So, you know, my wife and I decided on a 4-day minimum, and it's worked. And I do have to tell you, we live in Yarmouthport. We do all of the cleaning. We are the managers. We do all of the work in this place. We're making this work, and we're getting wonderful reviews from folks. We've had great people. Even in this past year, we were very concerned with the COVID situation that, you know, we were going to have a terrible time, and we made a commitment to ensure that we got people who were very familiar with the situation and what they needed to do in order to keep the community safe and themselves safe, and my wife and I safe. And it's worked out very well. And what I was trying to say earlier before my connection fell is that the 7-day minimum is fine. I know a lot of Cape people do Saturday to Saturday. That's what I did when I was a kid with my parents when we were renting in Dennis. And that doesn't necessarily seem to work all of the time now with the way that people travel. And, you know, they like to try new things. They like to move from one place to another. They come to my place and then they go to Chatham, or they go to P-Town, or they do something else. Okay, so that's all I wanted to say. And, you know, I certainly hope that you take that into consideration when coming into play with the 7-day minimum, please.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Last for public comment is Patricia. Patricia, if you could unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Great, thank you. I've listened to many of the comments, and I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. We own a duplex in Hyannis. Initially, we rented a long-term and then short-term. After about 7 years, we decided just to do the short-term because of the difficulties with renting to long-term tenants. But in the 11 years that we've rented, I've only had one problem with a family that played karaoke late into the night, but it was, you know, harmless fun. I told my neighbors and my renters, for that matter, because we have more long-term renters around me that make more ruckus than my short-term renters, to call the police if it becomes a problem, if there's too loud, too noisy, or whatever, just like any one of us would in our own neighborhood. The big concern I have, I know you've limited to 1,500 registered short-term renters. I have been registered from the get-go, get my health department inspection every year. But I'm curious as how this is going to be policed. VRBO has over 3,000 homes available. That doesn't count the number on Airbnb. I Need a Vacation, the realty companies, people doing it individually. I don't know where the 1,500 registered voters came from, or registered voters, registered short-term rentals. The state of Massachusetts just started, and I know they postponed paying your taxes quite late, so I don't know if that number grew. A lot of short-term renters or owners, I'm sure, might not even be aware that you need to be registered and pay taxes. You have to really keep up to date with news to find that out. That's something I do. And just the impact of the short-term renters. Again, it's always been down the Cape. We've gone down there many a time, rented a home here, there, and everywhere. And the lack of full-time housing might be solved if there's no tourism. A lot of the full-time workers are in the restaurant industry or in the service industry, the hotel industry. And if there is no tourism and the shops close, you won't have workers.
You have 30 seconds, Patricia.
Just that's my comment. I'm just curious how the policing will be done. That's my biggest concern.
Patricia, for the record, could you please state your last name?
Sure, jeans, like you wear.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia.
That is all I have for public comment at this time.
Okay, does that stand for Lynn also?
Yes, Mr. President, no more public comment via phone.
I thank you both, and to Cindy, thank you. Well done, beautiful. You're wonderful hosts. Thank you so much. Councilors, I just want everybody to know that I plan to take a break at 9 o'clock or thereabouts, so that we can refresh ourselves. This is a lot for you to sit and listen attentively as you have. Before I ask Councilor Snap to speak as the chair from the Zoning and Regulatory, I just want to check. Councilor Cullum, are you okay? Because you were mentioned particularly, I'm just checking on you.
I'm 100% fine. Thank you for checking.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, so if Councilor Snap could please speak from your position as chair of the Regulatory and Zoning, which I believe will answer many of the questions that people have been asking for clarification before we get into comments from the councilors. You're muted, Councilor Snap.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. President. I am trying to share a screen, and have I succeeded? Does everyone see a screen up there?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Great, thank you. This is new technology for me, but thank you. So I asked President Hebert if I might make a few remarks as the chair of the Zoning and Regulatory Committee to speak on why we should consider voting affirmatively on the zoning ordinance tonight.
Hey, Paula, it's David. Thank you. That's the problem. Okay.
Okay. So I want to start out with a goal.
Excuse me, Councilor Snap, if we could. All the councilors, if your picture or pictures of fellow councilors are still in front of the screen, you can go to the top, push the reduce button, and then you can see the full diagram that's been presented. So you just push the top button and reduce the pictures, and you can see the screen. Thank you.
Okay. So I would like to state a goal that was a goal that our committee, our Zoning and Reg Committee, came up with last December after we had reviewed the survey results and heard about the Village Association meetings. We needed to focus on what we were trying to accomplish as a committee. And we came together to say that we wanted to preserve the Cape Cod tradition of short-term rentals, but put in place rules and regulations to protect the people who live here and the people who visit. This came out of what we all know was a very public and transparent process that has been going on for probably a good 18 months, where a survey was given out townwide. There were presentations made to village associations. There are opportunities for public comment at zoning and regulatory meetings. Councilors have received many emails regarding this issue. We've had town council meetings, and there's also been planning board meetings. So there's been a large public input. And I would say, contrary to some of the comments made tonight, we have listened and we have been trying to incorporate the concerns into the zoning and general ordinance. So what's important to remember is why we selected the regulatory approach that we're presenting tonight. We spent a lot of time, and I'll point to staff as initiating a lot of this, in looking at what other communities have considered for regulating short-term rentals. As you know, we're not unique. Short-term rentals are in many places in our country, across the globe. And there's been many different approaches to try to deal with some of the unintended consequences of short-term rentals in various communities. But we have to also remember the uniqueness of our town, and specifically, a town on Cape Cod. We have historically relied on tourism as part of our economic base. And we have many ways to lodge our tourists, but the ability to rent our housing stock, our single family housing stock, has been a fairly large component of our tourist industry. And we also have to look at the characteristics of our housing stock itself, where we have a majority of owners are actually non-residents. So we have a lot of seasonal owners of our housing stock already. 46% are resident, 54% non-resident. And that group of non-residents, is a myriad of people who have bought a second home with intent to retire. It could also be a house that somebody inherited in their family, but they can't live on the Cape right now, but they want to keep it available for family use and also possibly for some income. The other thing that defines the characteristics of our community is that we want to make sure that everybody lives in harmony here. And I think that's really important in how we're making the approach for this short-term rentals. So with that in mind, you've heard this many times, staff took the input from the information from the public, from our meetings, and proposed what has been called a hand-in-glove approach. And this is really important because we need to make sure that we define what short-term rentals are, and then we need a tool to regulate them. And we've spent most of our time at the council level talking about the general ordinance. And there's many opportunities in which we can regulate short-term rentals. But our current zoning doesn't really address short-term rentals as an explicit use. And so this is the opportunity for us to define short-term rentals in our zoning at the same time as regulating them in their general ordinance. I'd like to speak just for a minute or two on zoning and why this is important. Zoning is actually a very complex issue. It's been around for 100+ years, and it is a source of much litigation in communities. But it really gets down to how we're going to define the use of various land and what kind of structures we're willing to allow on those pieces of land. And most of you are familiar with the bulk regulations that are in our zoning code. We have minimum lot size, we have setbacks, we have things regarding building height. And all that is important. But the other component of our zoning is how we define our uses. And there's kind of three main ways that we define uses. We have principal uses, we have accessory uses, and oftentimes in our zoning districts, we have conditional uses. What's most common, principal uses, single family, we have multifamily affordable, we have medical services as one of our principal uses. But within that medical services, we also allow for single family and two family. So principal really kind of gives you that initial what is allowed in that district. Then we have accessory. And that's sort of, what's an addition to the principal use. And in many of our residential zones, we have stables as, because we're a rural community still in many places. And we also have the ability to have home occupations. And an accessory use in some of our residential districts is the renting of rooms, which has a very interesting history that if if counselors would like to hear more about, we could provide more information on that. So that's sort of the structure of the uses that we have. And what's important to know, and this was brought up in the public comment tonight, is most of our uses are explicit and are permitted in our zoning. There are some uses that are actually prohibited, and that's also said, you can't do this, you can't have a landfill in this area. But in some cases, uses are silent. They're not that explicit. And a lot of that has to do with things change over time. And what was sort of just considered as a customary use that didn't need a definition in our zoning code, a good example of that is our short-term rentals. We've always had vacation rentals, well, at least for the last 5, 6, 7 decades. But it's only been in the recent time that they have kind of come into this sort of mold of being considered short-term rentals with different platforms. And also, we've had the state come forward and define short-term rentals. So we are at a point in our history in the town of Barnstable where we need to sort of clarify something that exists in our town that I think most of us agree is something we want to continue. And how do we do that? Well, the easiest way to do that is to amend our zoning code so that we can define it and that people know where it exists in our town. So that's one way to do it. Another way to do it, and this is kind of, seems kind of extreme, is have the courts decide. And we've had a couple references in our conversations about legal challenges and what might happen if the courts are the ones who decide what our zoning should look like. We have had a couple of cases in Massachusetts where the decision has effectively banned short-term rentals in communities. We have had a lawsuit in the town of Barnstable. It has been dismissed, but there obviously has been an appetite to challenge our zoning in regards to short-term rentals. So with that, I just want to briefly review again what's in the ordinance before you this evening. Elizabeth already discussed this, but I think it's really important to understand what we're proposing is that short-term rentals shall be permitted within lawful dwelling units in all zoning districts. This definition comes out of the state that they should be defined as a residential dwelling or any portion of a dwelling rented or through the use of advanced reservations for a period of not more than 31 consecutive days, excluding that whole list, college colonies, motels, etc. And then there's a piece on when a property is in use as a short-term rental, on-site parking shall not be in any cultivated or landscape area between a roadway and the part of the principal structure nearest to the roadway. So that is what we're considering tonight. And what I want to emphasize again is a general agreement, at least among the committee, that our goal is to preserve a Cape Cod tradition, but put in place rules and regulations to protect the people who live here and the people who visit. So I'm hopeful that tonight we will be able to reach a conclusion that the hand-in-glove approach with a zoning ordinance and then as we go forward and pass a general ordinance is the best way forward. I would like to invite our attorney, Karen Nober, to provide a couple more legal points regarding short-term rentals.
Thank you. Good evening, Karen Nober, Town Attorney. Tonight you'll be considering Agenda Item 2020-193, which proposes changes to the town's zoning ordinance. As written, the proposed ordinance would allow short-term rentals, which are rentals of 31 days or fewer, within lawful dwellings in all residential zoning districts of the town. As you know, vacation rentals have always existed in the town, but that use is not addressed in the town's zoning ordinance. That historic use is the reason the proposed ordinance is before you. If you vote to adopt the proposed ordinance, you will be clarifying that the use of one's home as a short-term rental is a permitted use under the town's zoning. You will then have the opportunity to regulate that use in the general ordinance that you are separately considering. If you do adopt the proposed zoning ordinance, you should keep in mind that you could amend that ordinance in the future, although you would need a 2/3 vote to do so. However, if you do amend it, then the short-term rentals that were previously authorized could still continue to operate, even if the new zoning ordinance would not otherwise allow that. If you do not vote to adopt the zoning ordinance in some form, it is likely that at some point a zoning complaint regarding a short-term rental will be filed with the building commissioner. He will then have to make a determination as to whether the use of the home in question as a short-term rental is a permitted use. Regardless of what he decides, someone will be unhappy with his decision, and it is likely that the matter will end up in court. A judge will then make his or her decision, and that decision will likely have broader ramifications for the town and its residents. Also, if you do not adopt the zoning ordinance, you will have to consider whether you still want to regulate short-term rentals through a general ordinance, or whether property owners would only have to register their short-term rentals as a rental property under the town's current existing rental registration ordinance. The rental registration ordinance does not provide protections for the neighborhood for the unique types of issues raised by short-term rentals. However, I don't see how the town could regulate and require the registration of short-term rentals while refusing to say whether that is a permitted use under the town's zoning. Therefore, if you do not adopt the zoning ordinance in some form, my recommendation is that you withdraw the proposed general ordinance regulating short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Nober, for that presentation. I'm just going to double check. Is there anyone else in public comment at this time? Sarah?
Actually, I did have somebody log in. If you give me a second, I'll go and see if they're here for. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah. Okay, so councilors, we'll see if Sarah comes back with that. Outside of that, we're going to close. It's my intention that we will close public comment for this evening. If we continue this meeting on this subject into another time, we'll decide among ourselves the will of the council to reopen public comment, but I want to close it for this evening.
Mr. President, you're closing the public hearing?
We're waiting to see. There may be one more person.
No, there's no one else for public comment on the public hearing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Nober, you have a question or concern?
I just wanted to clarify, because you're using the words public comment, but you're actually in the public hearing now.
Oh, correct. Thank you for that clarification. So if we close public hearing for this evening and if we vote to reopen it at a future date, we could. Is that correct?
You could, but you would have to re-advertise. So you probably would want to just continue the public hearing unless you absolutely want to close it.
Okay, so maybe to keep our options and to be fair, we're going to end public hearing this evening and keep it open to be continued if we follow up. Okay.
President, so you're keeping the public hearing open?
Open.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, councilors, would you like a break right now? We have a cup of tea or coffee, and we'll return shortly, okay? So let's try to all be back. It's 9 o'clock by what I'm looking at. So let's be back within 10 minutes. Let's all be back here, okay? Thank you very much. Okay, we have quorum, so we're gonna reopen at this point. Sarah?
You're all set to go back on the record.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Okay, councilors, thank you very much for being timely and coming right back. We appreciate it. So I'd like the full council now to reply to any of the public comments and or begin our discussion as a council on the matter at hand. So, councilors, who would anybody like to start?
Councilor Bogan.
Councilor Bogan, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I want to thank all of the people that took the time to come and convey their thoughts. That is much appreciated. I'm going to try to be brief because there is a lot there. And I'm going to start at the end. I'll start with the town attorney's comments. She indicated that an affirmative vote for the zoning ordinance would be a clarification that short-term rentals are permitted. I respectfully disagree. As I think Mr. Schulte indicated, it's either a zoning allowance is either permitted or it's not. So this would either be a change or a clarification. This is a change. It may be that short-term rentals were occurring as a matter of fact, but if we put it in a zoning ordinance, that is a change in the zoning ordinance. It is not a clarification. As to the assertion that she doesn't see how you can allow a short-term rental in the general ordinance without saying that it's allowed under the zoning ordinance, that simply lacks foundation. There are communities across the country that have implemented regulations, statutes, ordinances pertaining to short-term rentals without touching their zoning ordinances at all. Zoning ordinances should be taken very seriously, and there should not be efforts to change those lightly. With regard to the chair of the subcommittee, Ms. Schnepp's comments, first of all, I appreciate the time that she spent working through that process. First of all, with regard to the lawsuit to which she referred, it's a little bit of a nuance, but the lawsuit was not dismissed. It was withdrawn by the plaintiff. I have some particular knowledge of that lawsuit. Court did not act on it. As to the things that are cited as a basis for the report, the fact that there was a survey, that there were village association meetings, and that there were public comments. Well, it's not evident to me that the substantial comments that were made in response to the survey were taken into account in implementing this recommendation. As to the village associations, as I've said in other contexts, my recollection is that 4 of the 7 village associations expressed opposition to the proposal. So it's not clear to me how their concerns and thoughts were taken into consideration. Finally, as to public comments, we've all heard the frustration that citizens have reflected with regard to the council's unwillingness to respond to the comments that were made over the last 6 months. And I go back to the February 27th workshop. We now know that at least in one case, that was an affirmative decision by one of our council members who said we should not respond to public comment. And for that reason, I apologize to the public. I understand their frustration. To my mind, the first time we really had an opportunity to have a dialogue about this was the September 3rd meeting. I will close by saying, look, I've learned a lot going through this process. And I think I've tried to move towards the middle and recognize the various interests. And I think that tonight, 2 of the people, Mr. Nozzle and Mr. McLaughlin, touched upon the same place that I got to, which is we tend to think of this as a body collective. It's a one-size-fits-all approach. And yet, as they've identified, there are different status of short-term rental. You have owners who are on the premises who are engaged in short-term rentals. You have owners who are not, and by that I mean traditional residential owners who are not on the premises full-time. And then we have what we call investor-owned, for lack of a better word. I wholeheartedly endorse, I think it was Mr. Nozzle, who suggested that we embrace, with all due respect, the vice president's suggestion that, you know, she didn't, I believe it, and I don't want to quote her, misquote her, wouldn't want one of these next to me. And I think, you know, the metaphor was used in Councilor Schnepp's presentation of hand in glove. And in that regard, I think the vice president had indicated several meetings ago that she thought that the general ordinance should be considered at the same time as the zoning ordinance. At the time, I didn't see that, but having gone through this through a couple more meetings, I do see that, because I do think there's an inextricable nexus. That is, there may be things that you might be willing to forego the general ordinance if you had a certain provision in the zoning ordinance, or vice versa. One thing I will point out, there was a reference to the fact that the committee looked at other communities, notwithstanding the fact that the Cape is unique. And in discussing it with one of my other council members, it was suggested, well, what communities might those be? There certainly has been references to the fact that some of the communities that have been referenced in public comment are inappropriate because they don't have, for example, year-round sunny days. And someone suggested, well, why don't you look at Newport? Newport is pretty close to Cape Cod in terms of the character, reliance on tourism. So I looked at the Newport provisions. And in fact, Newport does have its own short-term rental page. It's got a short-term rental supervisor or overseer. And I spoke to him. And what he told me was, Newport does not allow short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods. Let me repeat that. Newport does not allow short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods. So I think what we should do is adopt the hand-in-glove approach, but we should do it from the perspective of segmenting what we're trying to regulate. Is it the on-site full-time resident who wants to rent a portion of their property, sometimes a short-term rental? Is it the off-site resident who wants to rent their property? Or is it the investor-owned that we are trying to prohibit? And I do have some ideas in that regard, but they really pertain to the general ordinance. And so for that reason, to my mind, and I know there are people, as I said last time, who are engaged in short-term rental fatigue, as am I. But as someone said tonight, rather than do it fast and expeditiously, let's do it right. And as I've said earlier, I might surprise you, because I think I've tried to move towards the middle, as I indicated last time, because I do have a proposal that I think addresses those concerns, would allow for traditional short-term rentals, even people who live there but maybe want to leave their home during some portion of the summer and rent it out, but at the same time foreclose the specter of the investor-owned short-term rentals, with which I think we are really concerned. I'll close by saying, I said during the February 27th workshop that I still thought there was a lot of hard work to be done, and I still do, because it's this sort of nuance that I don't believe was addressed in the proposal. The current proposal basically says short-term rentals anywhere, anytime. And I don't think that responds to the overwhelming number of comments and emails that we have gotten from citizens. And with that, I'll yield.
Thank you very much, Councilor Bogan. Councilor Schnepp.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask Councilor Bogan exactly how he would like to define investor-owned properties.
If I may, actually, I'll tell you what my thinking is. My thinking is that A, we want to allow people who have engaged in short-term rentals of their homes, I'm thinking, for example, I said, someone who says, I will leave my home during the months of June and July and allow a short-term rental. And by that, I'm thinking the traditional 7-day short-term rental. I'd probably be willing to be flexible there and say, make it 5 days, so that if someone wants to say, I don't want to rent it for 7, I can do it for 5 days. So that's category 1. Can I just finish? So that category of resident would be able to rent their property that they live on so that they can, quote unquote, engage in traditional short-term rental that allows them to pay their mortgage. The second category would be the owners that we've already addressed in the general zoning ordinance, and that's why I said I think these do go hand in glove. That is, if you are someone who lives on the premises and you want to rent your property out during a period when you are on the premises, then you can do it for a period shorter than the 5 days that I suggested. That is my universe. And so what I've done is I've defined investor by not being allowed to engage in short-term rental.
Councilor Snett, follow up.
So just to clarify, anybody who owns a property who is not a resident taxpayer in the town of Barnstable would be construed as an investor-owned, that be investor-owned property.
That is correct.
Okay.
What I'm trying to do is protect what I think is the traditional Cape Cod rental, and yet for people who live on premises and are willing to be on premises during the time that they're engaged in the short-term rental, they can do it for a period, as we've already proposed in the general ordinance, for a period of as short as 2 days. But the answer to your question is that is correct.
So anybody who is a second homeowner who's planning to retire here would not be able to rent their property at any time.
That is not true. They can rent their property. They just would not be able to do it as a short-term rental. And that's the other distinction that seems to fall on deaf ears. We seem to talk about short-term rental or not, or no short-term rental. No, you can still rent your property. You just cannot do it as a short-term rental.
Thank you. Councilor Levesque, did you have a question? No. Okay, thank you. Councilor Starr, please.
I think I have one clarification to this conversation is that what Mr. Bogan is talking about is a primary residence. I don't think if I live in this town, I could own another property and rent it out. I think he's saying that.
I'm sorry, Gordon, you are correct. Under my metric, there would be a certification process where the owner would have to certify that it is their primary residence. I think, for example, Boston has a provision that's very similar to that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Another councilor. At one point, I'm going to ask Commissioner Florence to come and address some of the issues in regards to zoning and the ordinance and what that means in terms of our enforceability. But outside of that, I want to make sure that if any councilor wants to make a comment right now. No? Okay. Madam Vice President, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I too thank the committee and the public for the efforts been brought forward on the behalf of the issue. You know, one of my constituents, Mr. McGathlin, I thought has spoken pretty eloquently on this subject at every turn, not only at the zoning committee, but at the planning board and a couple of times here before the council. And I agree with his rationale. I have an issue with the way this zoning is put forward. I think it's very broad, and I think it's not speaking to the issue of some of the problems at hand that these short-term rentals have caused. I think we can all agree that we don't want the traditional, and let me be clear, the Cape Cod tradition of renting your homes is not what it was decades ago. It has changed considerably with the new platforms of Airbnb, et cetera, et cetera. I'm all for owners being on the premise and being able to rent out portions of their homes or their, cottage. I'm also all for absentee owners. And I say absentee owners, those that perhaps were given a home and want to retire here, but can't spend time here and want to be able to hold on to their property. So let them rent it. I'm not sure if I would say that they can't use short term, but perhaps they might have to apply for a special permit to be able to do a short term. Otherwise, it would be a long-term rental. But I don't think the zoning should be allowed everywhere without creating districts where there is no owner, there is no resident that owns the property, that just wants to buy the property and turn it into a short-term rental. So to that, I think, so I don't think I can support the zoning amendment the way it's created. I think it's too broad, and I think it should be, I think we should look at creating districts where those types of property owners aren't allowed and are not permitted. I also don't feel that if we don't pass the zoning, I don't want to be pressured by legal action. We're a litigious society. We can get sued at every turn. So I think what we need to do is strengthen the ordinance and regulation portion of short-term rental. And that can be changed pretty quickly. Zoning cannot. I appreciate the time put into this, but the way I see this written, I think it's too broad, and I just don't think that it answers the concerns of the constituents. So that's all I'm going to say right now.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Councilor Snap.
Thank you.
Councilor Snap, you're muted. Councilor Snap, you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the Vice President for more specificity in terms of how the zoning ordinance should be changed to address the concerns that you've raised tonight.
I'm not right now. I don't have an amendment for it, but as it stands now, I'm not prepared to do a broad stroke of zoning in a change. And I agree with Councilor Bogan. I don't think it's a clarification. I think it's an outright change in our zoning. And I'm not prepared to make that kind of broad statement. And what's concerning, if it is passed and if it is allowed townwide, that is, if you will, grandfathered. And it's not just that we can go back in 2 years and change it. Sure, you could change it, but how it stands and how it's voted right now, allowing it everywhere, will remain. So I have concerns about that. So I know there are associations, HOAs, that don't allow rental, period. I know that there are certain communities or associations that have had issue with short-term rentals and rentals, period. So I have to take my lead from all the constituents that I've heard from.
Councilor Snap.
Thank you. Just one follow-up question for the Vice President. What would be the criteria for determining that it would not be townwide? How would you determine which parts of our community would have short-term rentals and others would not?
It's not so much short-term rentals, but how the property is owned. I don't want to not allow someone that has a primary residence here in the town of Barnstable not to be able to use their house to rent it. I also don't, and when we talk about traditional, the traditional is not 1 night stay, 2 night stays, or even 3 night stays. That's a fairly new phenomenon in the scheme of things. I think traditional is, and we've been told, these people come down for a week or 2 weeks, and then that parlays into them purchasing property because they've spent their childhood every summer coming down for a week or 2 weeks. I think we have bed and breakfasts, and I think we have hotels and motels for the short-term stays. And if we want to preserve our residential and districts, then I think we have to think carefully about where we allow people that don't reside here, don't own property here, or don't reside here, at least on a somewhat permanent basis. And I know we have many of our properties, a majority of our properties are non-residents, but I can assure you that those non-residents are probably from warmer climates, and they come here in the summer or in better weather, and then escape to Florida or Arizona or wherever they're going to go. But they spend a good part of the year here. So, that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Councilor Neary, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, fellow council members, and also the public comment. This has been hashed about for quite a bit now. Most of the comments and topics that are discussed have been going on for quite some time. I'd just like to make a couple quick observations regarding Newport, Rhode Island. Newport certainly is a seaside resort, generates quite a bit of visitor traffic during the high season. I understand about residential or the prevention of being able to do short-term rental in residential areas in Newport, as stated. However, if you take about 22 seconds, log on to VRBO, Airbnb, or the likes, pick one, doesn't matter. But they are occurring in Newport, and they're occurring in the downtown area. They're occurring in the vicinity of that area. So I think that's a little bit of a moot point. Additionally, Newport is a very, very tight, small community. I love it. It's fantastic. Barnstable is a little bit different in that it's unique, where we've got 2 shores, 2 coasts, a little bit more spread out. It's not quite so compact. That's my thoughts on that. Secondly, as in regards to investor-owned properties, we're all talking the same thing here. The investor that doesn't frankly give a hoot about the neighborhood, but what goes on in the properties, well, I don't hold that to be completely true, because if the property itself falls into duress, falls into a bad state of affairs, then the monetary payoff declines dramatically. But I'll give you that argument. I guess the issue that I would have is, how do you determine what truly is an investor-owned property? How is it? Is it the way the title is held? Is it the way the corporation is held? What due diligence would be required by the town to figure out, do these people not live here? Who are the primary title holders of this property and how is it held in trust. Many properties. If you look at the property list actually throughout the town, as a percentage, and granted this is going through the current list, roughly 800, it's under 800, but roughly 800 short-term rental owners. If you look at that percentage of ownership based on just the title that owns it, there are really very, I mean, it's probably in the percentages of a tenth that you could look at and go, you know what, this definitely is some form of an investor-owned property. Most you'll find go down to Osterville as a primary area, Hyannisport as a primary area. I would challenge you to determine who owns that property. They're all held in trust of some sort. So again, it's more of a logistics. It's more of a as this whole issue is how do you administer it? How do you determine who that owner is? We know that 50% of the people thereabouts travel to the Cape. Many require or are in need of renting their properties while they're not here in order to afford them, pay the taxes, etc. We can't fall into the assumption that they only use them during the summer because that's not necessarily true too. They may only use them for 1 week or 2 weeks at a time. So again, these statements I think are broad, but they don't really fall into the majority of what's really occurring on the Cape at this time. Ultimately, we're all talking about, and I've had this conversation before about the bad neighbor, the difficult neighbor, the neighbor who doesn't take care of his property to take care of the neighbors around him. I just fear that we can not move on this issue. Time will tick on, and we're in the same boat. We're going to hopefully we don't have the complaints, but we will have our share of complaints over what's going on in town. And frankly, I think we need to admit that they're occurring, and we need to govern, administer, however you want to term it, how we're going to handle them. Should a complaint arise, how we're going to handle regulating them, and establish the fact that they exist, which they do. So those would be my comments. Again, we're always trying to make Cape Cod, make Barnstable in particular, and tie it. This is exactly how it occurred in X community around the country. And you know what? We're fortunate. That's why we live here. We love it. It's a fantastic place to be, but we are unique. We share similarities, but I would challenge pigeonholing what occurs in the town of Barnstable to a specific area of the country. I know we've had good conversation about great weather in different areas of the country. Newport, as a microcosm, has a similar setup, but it's a very small community. It's not anywhere in terms of the size of the town of Barnstable. Thank you.
May I ask a question of the councilors? When we talk about the 120 days or the 90 days, that shrinks the season, and does that make it so that the property, regardless of who owns it, is available for 8 or 9 months a year to be rented out for the school teacher, for the traveling nurse, traveling doctor that needs a place for 5 months or 8 months. And so we lessen the total number of days. That's been talked about in the ordinance. Does that help us in determining our zoning? That's my question to you, councilors. Somebody said no. You don't see that as a helpful tool? Okay. No, okay. Did you want to speak, Councilor Starr? Councilor Starr.
You're muted, Gordon.
Okay. No, Mr. Neary needs to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. You moved on me. I'm sorry, Councilor Neary. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the thoughts on that, but ultimately what we're talking about here is we're actually talking about the zoning part of it. I think the ordinances sure can have, additional comments regarding whether it be, length of stay, maybe even comments or changes to the 3 zones in question, maybe putting a cap on them in terms of what is currently in use as a short-term rental in those locations. To me, I mean, these are not things that I feel are unreasonable. If the total number is 1,500 and if they represent 30% of the 30% of the total current vacation rental, short-term rentals in the town, cap those at a number. And that's all something that can be discussed. But currently, I think we're really talking about, my opinion is, do vacation rentals, do STRs exist in the town of Barnstable? Secondly, are we going to acknowledge that they exist in all zones in the town of Barnstable? I mean, that's really the question that's before us now. I think we all know the answer. I think we're a little afraid of maybe saying it, but that's ultimately what the zoning is in regards to the zone. The zoning was established in 1970. The elephant in the room. Are there STRs? Are there vacation rentals in every zone in the town of Barnstable? The answer is either yes or no. And if it is, do we want to acknowledge them?
Thank you, Councilor Neary. I'm going to ask Commissioner Brian Florence, our building commissioner, to just address us about how many, what is the reality, how many of our zones are actually residential in our town, and the questions about zero rentals. I think the commissioner could at least shed some light on that. Thank you, Commissioner Florence.
Thank you, Council President Hebert and Town Council members for your time tonight. So there are 14 zoning districts classified as residential. They are all residential only zoning districts. Is that the question you were asking me, Council President Hebert?
Yes, and understanding so that the councilors know what, how many districts, what do we mean when we say zero rental in those 14 districts, which I think makes up about 94% of the town?
Yeah, so if you look at the zoning map, the residential districts, they represent between 80 and 90% of the town. If you look again at the map, you'll see Hyannis, the Route 28, the Route 132 corridors, and Independence Drive, the industrial district. Are the only areas that are not residential, and the rest of the town is. So your question about zero rentals, I'm not sure I follow that.
What does that mean when we say zero rentals in those communities? We keep mentioning the 3 zones that are saying that they have no rentals in, they're not zoned for STRs. How does that stand up with the rest of the community?
So I had this discussion with the committee and with staff. It's my interpretation that the issues related to lodgers has to do with lodging houses, and not so much individual properties and individual homes. And those ordinances were written in the 50s, and those are written to address and deal with lodging houses as defined in Mass General Law.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I would ask if any other councilors have a question to ask the building commissioner. We're trying to clarify all of this so that we're Councilor Levesque, please.
Thank you, President Hebert. Thank you, Commissioner Florence, for your time this evening. My question has to do with, I know so this is, again, hand in glove type of thing that Councilor Schnapp was mentioning, and the fact that we're trying to hash out an ordinance first, which makes it permissible, and then the ordinance is what's going to give your department, planning, health department, police department, the teeth to enforce the ordinances that we put place, the restrictions, have you, that we, once we determine where short-term rentals are going to be and where they're allowed. The putting the investor only, the owner present, those kind of restrictions into the zoning piece, could that be, when we start talking about those things, can that be taken as a discriminatory action? Isn't it better suited for the general ordinance to avoid that? Or is that, am I off on that?
I wouldn't be qualified to answer on discriminatory practices. I think that'd be better suited for legal.
Okay. That being said, and that being out there in the atmosphere, Attorney Nober, would you be able to answer that question for me?
Could you repeat the question for me, Councilor Lubeck?
Sure. The reason why, obviously, we're putting the teeth, so to speak, or the enforcement more so in the general ordinance. We're concentrating that. And what we're doing is the zoning piece is just, you know, are we going to allow it? Or are we not going to allow it? That's the issue that's being addressed and where we're going to allow it. If we start putting investor-owned, investor present, that language into the zoning piece, could that be counted as, or more so be viewed as discriminatory at all?
You know, in the zoning ordinance, you really should be dealing with the use of the property. You shouldn't really be regulating the owner. Having said that, I think you could make a distinction for owner occupied. I think the way the city of Boston has done, because I think there is a real difference there in terms of linking that to the residential use of the neighborhood, having someone who's literally on site. But I think you can't really, and I'm going to let other folks here weigh in as well, but I don't think you can start distinguishing between categories of owners within the zoning ordinance.
That's correct. Zoning goes to the property, either the structures that are on it or the uses of the property. So to start distinguishing things by form of legal ownership or the person who owns the property, that you couldn't do that under zoning.
Okay. Excellent. That answers my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Levesque.
Thank you, Councilor Levesque. Thank you, legal, for your advice. Thank you, Commissioner. Councilor Snett, please.
Yes, I wanted to ask if legal could address some of the issues, and I think President Hebert had already brought up that there has been this argument that we have 3 residential districts in the town of Barnstable that appear to some as not permitting any rentals and short-term rentals in particular. Could you address the analysis that you have made in terms of those districts vis-a-vis the other districts in the town?
Yes, those 3 districts have language that basically, well, the other districts have language that allows the renting of rooms for not more than 3 non-family members by the family residing in the single family dwelling, and it allows that as an accessory use. Then there are 3 single family residential districts that don't have that language at all. That language talks about the renting of rooms. It doesn't talk about the renting of the home as a house. It also, we also have concerns that I think we will have to deal with at some point regarding just the definition of family member. I don't necessarily think that the definition that we have would actually withstand legal scrutiny. But I think the question is really whether that language, because it's not time limited, it doesn't talk about short term, it doesn't talk about long term, whether that language means that if we pass the short term rental ordinance, whether you couldn't read those 2 provisions in harmony. And I think you could. I think if the short term rental ordinance passed, it would allow short term rentals in those districts. And the existing language would allow in the districts where it allows those rentals, it would allow that on a long-term basis. And in the 3 districts where that language does not exist at all, then you could not allow that on a long-term basis. So you could read the 2 provisions together in harmony and give them both meaning. So I don't really see that language as saying that you cannot have short-term rentals in those districts.
So if we're, follow up?
Oh, absolutely, Councilor Snap, please. Yeah.
So if this evening we make a decision either to not move this item, the zoning, or we decide not to address zoning at all, we would de facto still be allowing short-term rentals in the town of Barnstable, right?
I guess that's a question. I don't know that I can answer that. I mean, Councilor Bogan said earlier that we're making a change, we're not making a clarification. And if we're making a change, then it sounds like he's saying we don't currently allow that. And so I don't really understand why he then would say, but we can still regulate that if we're currently not allowing it. So I think we do need to decide what we're allowing and say so in the zoning ordinance.
Councilor Cullum, please.
The risk of stealing the mic. I had a thought that I wanted to share, that since I've been a counselor in Hyannis, the concern for the village of Hyannis has always been that it's been treated differently than every other village in Barnstable. I mean, the most recent thing I can think of off the top of my head is the Verizon Tower by Town Hall versus the one in the church steeple in Centerville, where the planning board said yes to the one in Hyannis, but no to the one in Centerville. Treated differently. And everybody went ballistic because Hyannis, again, was being treated differently. So if we do anything except a town-wide zoning ordinance, then we're doing exactly that again. Just a thought.
No, thank you, Councilor Cullum.
I also want to add that if we are treating districts differently, then we do need to have some basis for why we're doing that. Whether it's a difference in character in the neighborhood or some other reason, but we have to be able to articulate why we're making different rules for different districts.
Okay, Madam Vice President, please.
Thank you. So just, I think, I don't know, I think the zoning ordinance is vague about and really unclear about what is permitted or included and prohibited. And what is prohibited doesn't mean that it's not an acceptable use. So I don't know. If a use is excluded, it doesn't mean that it can't be included. I don't know. That's why I have some questions about it.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. This is very important and very well done consideration and questions, and I really appreciate it. We are a bright group of people, and you're showing your strengths here. Thank you. I'm going to ask Councilor Shaughnessy, then Councilor Levesque, please.
Thank you, President Hebert. I do want to address some of the public comments made tonight, but I also have some questions. With regard to Councilor Bogan's comments, particularly with regard to him saying effectively, if you do not live in the town of Barnstable, you will be considered an investor. And I think that negates, you look at Bill Watson, who lives north of Boston, is planning to retire here, but they haven't reached retirement yet. That has been a very traditional use on Cape Cod. I service many people who purchased their homes back in the 1960s and 70s, who now live here full time, who are now part of our community. I think the other thing too is we heard comments, and I apologize for not remembering his name, from the gentleman who grew up as a summer kid off Mayflower Beach, who now owns a home in Yarmouthport, who manages a property in Cumberquid, now owned by he and his wife. And effectively, what your comments are saying is that that couple will be considered an investor because they don't have their primary residence in the town of Barnstable, although their primary residence is in a neighboring community. In fact, our next door neighbor, Yarmouth. And, you know, I think we need to consider those uses because those two are traditional historical uses that have been made on Cape Cod. I also think we have to give credence to some of the other comments that were made tonight with regard to the fact that I feel like what many of the things that the civic associations and others refer to as traditional use, I mean, I think historical at this point is a more appropriate term. And, you know, historically back in the 70s, there was a lot of things your average middle class family could afford to do that they simply cannot afford to do anymore, which is why you see so many more families and renters that can only do the 3 or 4 days. They can't do a full week. They don't have jobs that allow them, you know, 2-3 weeks of paid vacation. The most they can take is a few days off here and there. So I think we need to be considerate of those folks as well, because some of those folks, you know, these are the children of the people who historically rented for a week back in the 1970s, which is why they have an affinity for Cape Cod. I want to speak to the issue regarding the court making a decision. And Councillor Bogan also mentioned that their suit in the land court was withdrawn. But one thing I want to speak to in terms of court action, both as a town councillor, but as an attorney, is that when the court decides for you, it represents a few things. And first of all, that's a loss of control because you have now turned over the decision-making to the court to decide for you based on the facts as presented by your advocates. That can result in unintended consequences, not only for the plaintiff, but for the defendant. You know, that could have resulted in unintended consequences for your family, Councillor Bogan. That's the thing about court. You don't know and you don't control the ultimate decision. The other thing with regard to litigation and to court is one of the reasons, you know, we talk to people about avoidance outside of the loss of control, but it consumes resources both in time and financial resources. And I'm not only thinking of the town's legal and financial resources, which all the taxpayers contribute to that pot, but I'm also thinking of the resources of our citizens. You know, this also puts residents in a place. I mean, not everyone can afford a suit in land court. Nor would I want the residents to be in that position because, you know, sometimes court is not always a win-win. Sometimes, you know, it's a major compromise, and it might even be a compromise that the parties would not have even, you know, worse than what they may have agreed to in settlement. So I just want everyone to be mindful of that. And this, to Bob and Ann Schulte directly, they asked specifically, what about our idea? And please address idea. And I want Bob and Ann to know, I always appreciate their comments. I think they're thoughtful. They are constructive, articulate. They present some great ideas. But if you're asking me personally, what one of my concerns is with your proposal talks about a 3-year wait and see period. My fear about the 3-year wait and see period, and why I would be against that is what I just mentioned. That's 3 years' time in which suits could be made. that will have unintended consequences for everyone in the town. They could have a positive consequence for people living in one of those 3 districts, but it could also have an unintended consequence for someone, for example, the woman we heard from in our last meeting, who it's owner occupied, but she has a disabled adult child that she is trying to provide for in the future. And I would hate to see court action result in blanket unintended consequences for every resident of the town that would go beyond anything that we're proposing. So I just ask that we all consider that. I would rather that we, together with the citizens as their fiduciaries, control the narrative rather than have a decision made in Boston that takes it out of our hands.
Thank you, Councilor Shaughnessy. Councilor Levesque, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I did want to acknowledge public comment as well. Victor Dubinsky, thank you for your investment in our town. And also, I appreciate your entrepreneurial spirit and, of course, the volunteering of your abilities and assets to help us come to a wise decision. Bob and Ann Schulte, I read your emails. I recognize your comments. I will address that as I move forward. Deb Crow, Ken, Sean, Jeremy, just going through all these, Matthew Teague, who was a chairman of a planning board at one point in time. Christian, Mr. Watson, thank you for your investment in our town. As a side note, we spend 60% of our tax dollars on education here. So that's not saving us any money. The Patricia Jeans, I hear what you're saying. There's just as much difficulty sometimes with long-term renters than there is short-term renters. That the data at this point in time proves that out. Talking to investors, talking to developers. And again, if I didn't mention your name, I'm sorry. It's kind of like Romper Room. You're in Zoom and you're trying to mention somebody's name. If you don't hear your name, sometimes like, oh, shucks. But I did hear you. We did listen to you. Thank you, Paula, for your investment. Council Bogan, for your willingness to work and have honest conversations and candor. I much appreciate it. That all being said, this piece of what we're trying to get through is not the teeth. It's what we're going to allow. And again, my concern very much so is the discriminatory, the equity of what we're trying to do here in the town. Residential zoning comprises of 94% of our town, where some of those residential only areas, it's okay to have short-term rentals. We're talking about 3 zones that don't have specific language. And again, we have attorneys on both sides of the issue speaking. I'm not an attorney and I don't play one on television. So, I have to kind of say that this, even if that's not, determinable, the issue is, as Councilor Shaughnessy said, is that we should be making this decision ourselves, that we don't want somebody else to make it. I also had a very wise attorney friend of mine say to me, I think we could get sued either way because of the litigious environment we live in. And if this does get passed tonight, or if we vote on it at any certain time, the general ordinance is the thing that will provide us the teeth to enforce and correct and address bad behavior so that our property values don't go down. Again, we're dealing with consumer behavior. I think Brian Florence said it best when he said those zoning bylaws, I think at the time, ordinances, when they may be, address lodging issues. These things didn't happen in a vacuum. They happened at different times. When the zoning was written in Hyannis, Centerville, Osterville, those places had rentals at the time. People had week-long vacations. Things were much more affordable. even 20 years ago, when I entered the housing market myself, you could buy a house in Centerville for $150,000 and your taxes were $2,000 or $3,000. That same house is $500,000 now, with your taxes being closer to $5,000. So it is, and people aren't making double the money they were making 20 years ago. So it is harder to live here. There is a hardship that is taking place in people's lives that, and they're trying to make things happen. Obviously, in the middle of COVID, that gets even, throw that on top of it, it makes it more difficult. We want to punish bad behavior. That's where the general ordinance comes into play, where we give our building department, health department, planning department, town manager, the ability to be able to punish those who have bad behavior. And we can put things in place that do the good work, roll up our sleeves, whatever it might have you, whatever term you want to use, and use that. And I understand people's fear. I've heard you. I fear that too. I've had a bad neighbor. I had a bad year-round neighbor who would yell and swear at my children just for playing in my front yard. There's nothing I could have done about it. Nothing. So those things happen if we have a short-term renter or a permanent neighbor. There was a drug bust 3 doors down from me. I live in Marston's Mills. You know what I mean? Like, people think, oh, whatever it might be. I actually think it can happen anywhere. I don't care where you live. So those things, again, kind of lead towards, it's scare tactic. Reality, but it's reality everywhere. Here's something else I fear. Maybe this analogy may work. Maybe I'll get a ton of emails or be talked about in public comment the next time. But something I fear in my own household, something that I've given permission to in my own household, is a cell phone. I have 3 boys and I have 4 children, 3 boys and a little girl. My boys are all teenagers. The rules that we set in place, of course, you experiment with your first one. When he was 13 years old, we said, you can have your own phone, but you're going to have to pay for it yourself. And he had a job. He caddied at the time, so he was able to do that. And the deal was, well, we'll have control. We actually have an app called our Compact on our phone. My wife actually has it. And she's able to control what they're able to see on their phone, be it what time of day, the amount of time they're able to do it, what app it actually is. We banned Snapchat for a period of time. Whatever we may be, we allowed them to have the phone, but we had full control over how they were going to be able to use that phone. And that's exactly what we're trying to do here in Barnstable. We're allowing people here, everybody can have a phone, possibly, okay, if this passes. Everybody can have a phone. But what we can do is we can control the application. And once those applications, if they're out of hand, we can shut them off. We can allow them to happen. That's what we're allowed to do because it's the general ordinance, not the zoning piece. If we deny the zoning piece and we vote on it and they get shot down, we can't touch it for 2 years. And that allows for that litigation and some judge to decide instead of elected officials, which was our job to be able to do, we're allowing them to be able to make that decision. Where again, we're allowing people to have a phone. And again, this might be a poor analogy, and I apologize if it is. This is the best I can do at this point in time. So that's all I have. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate all the investment. I've heard the voices. I've heard the comments. I've read the emails. I've made phone calls. I've had the meetings. And I appreciate everybody's time. And again, if this goes to a vote for the zoning piece, I think I would vote in favor and bring the teeth to the general ordinance to make sure that people are protected and property rights are protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Levesque. And I want to point out, I really appreciate that you ended by kind of saying which way you're leading, because that helps all of us. I'm going to make sure that all of our councilors who have not spoken do speak tonight. And then if we're not clear what we're doing, I'm going to ask that we continue this to another meeting, because I want to get out of here before 11 o'clock so we don't go past 11 o'clock. It's dangerous for all of us, for our health and our well-being and the care of our families. Councilor Steinhilber, please.
Yeah, I was going to make a motion that we move and vote on item 2020-193.
Second.
That's moving the question, so you need a vote. You need a
I said move and vote.
I
Move
know
to a vote.
the presiding officer has not said that, he has not asked if debate is over. He has not invited that motion, so you're making a motion, you're moving the question.
We've never had that precedent before, but
It's not been as tight as it should be, to be honest.
Perfect.
it's got a second.
So you need a 2/3 vote on a vote to move the question.
Are we taking a vote to move the question first?
That's the vote, yes.
But we're taking a vote to move the question.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we're not voting on the item, we're voting on the vote to take a.
On a motion to move the
You're
question.
voting to stop debate. The vote right now is whether you're going to stop debate and vote on the item, but you're not yet voting on the item.
Okay, thank you. So a yes vote says that we're going to take a vote on the item. A no vote says that we are going to continue our conversation. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, this is a roll call vote. Thank you. And again, a yes vote is to take a vote on the item, and a no vote is to continue our debate. Thank you.
That's 2/3.
Counselors. Clark.
No.
Cullen.
Yes.
Dagwan.
No.
Rap Grissetti.
No.
Hebert.
No.
Levesque.
No.
Neary.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Shaughnessy.
Yes.
Starr.
No.
Steinhilber.
Yes.
Bogan.
No.
7 noes. 5 yeses.
So point of clarification, Attorney Nober. You said it had to be a 2/3, so that would have been 2/3 of the.
Oh, that's for the.
Not
Women
2/3.
9.
It's not 2/3 to move the question. It's just a majority.
It's in the rules.
Just
in the rules.
Not to move a question.
It is.
Huh? No.
Rule 6D, I believe.
Councilor Starr has a comment.
Councilor Starr, please. Thank you.
Well, I'm settle this first. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Councilor Levesque, please.
Yeah, Rule 6D, it says the previous question, but that's synonymous with move the question. And it says the previous question shall be put as follows. I call the previous question. All further amendments or debate on the main question shall be suspended until the previous question has been decided by a 2/3 vote.
It doesn't pass.
Okay, so it doesn't pass.
Either way.
Either way. Okay, Councilor Levesque.
I was also wondering if I could just address briefly the comment that was made about the 2-year rule. The state zoning statute provides that if the council takes unfavorable action on a zoning ordinance, not bring the same ordinance or substantially the same ordinance back within 2 years, unless there is a favorable report from the planning board, a new favorable recommendation from the planning board. So it's not an absolute bar, and there is a mechanism to potentially bring it back within 2 years. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Councilor Levesque, please.
First of all, thank you for that clarification, Attorney Nover. I really appreciate that. And that's good to know as well. The reason why I didn't want to make it look like I flip-flopped there and that I would vote in favor, and then didn't vote in favor to move the question. I just felt that maybe there were councilors that hadn't spoken to the issue as of yet that wanted an opportunity to do so. So I didn't want to have it get rushed because I thought maybe because we didn't hear from all the councilors. So that's why I just wanted to clarify why I voted no to move the question. So and I would love to hear if people aren't in favor necessarily, like some other councilors have, or if they would be in favor. And again, the understanding is that the zoning piece is just what we're allowing permission for, and that the teeth in the again, we can shut the apps off in the ordinance, and that's where we can have enforceability, and that's where we can give the ability for our town to do, town staff to do their job, to be able to, but again, it's discriminatory. It's 94% residential. If we're not allowing it everywhere, we only allow in certain neighborhoods, not other neighborhoods, it's not fair. That's bottom line, and it's not equity. It's not equitable. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Levesque. I want to point out that it just, I don't know what the rationale is here, but we have to understand our consequences. So I remind all councilors, if you feel uncomfortable with anything that's going on, that you feel that the discussion is incomplete, and you're going to put your head on the pillow tonight and say, that didn't go down the way it was best interest for this town, then you can always say, just before we take the vote, you can say charter objection. And that gives us till our next meeting to think about what we're doing. If we had voted on this and you didn't get the 2/3, I think we may regret that. Or else we decide that we want to continue this item into the future. But if we say a clear no or a clear yes, we have to depend on looking at a really different kind of a move to change the zoning. So this is a zoning issue. It's not just something we can change in 2 meetings. So I think it deserves the time that we're putting into this. I'm very concerned because we're already tired, and it is 10:25. I would like Councilor Snap.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to explain the way I understand this will continue. This will proceed. If we continue this meeting this evening, or this item to another meeting, public hearing is still open, and we will again entertain comments from the public.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that was clear to everybody in the room. We have had some issues raised, and they're valid issues on whether we should restrain our short-term rentals to primary residential uses, so that whoever is in that home the majority of the year has the ability to rent that house, because that's been proposed by at least 2 of our councilors this evening. What I haven't heard is specific language in which we would amend or change the zoning. And, so either there is no desire to pass a zoning ordinance, which is fine if that's your viewpoint, or there needs to be something concrete that would change the zoning ordinance so that it would meet your requirements. And I just haven't heard that this evening. So we're spending a lot of time in discussion again and not moving this forward. I think staff has been very clear that there are adverse consequences to the town if we choose to just pass a general ordinance without a zoning ordinance attached. And I, for one, will not be voting for any general ordinance if we don't pass a zoning ordinance. So I just wanted to make that clear before we conclude this topic for the evening.
Thank you. Councilor Snap. Councilor Starr, please.
Good evening. I think Mr. Hebert's right that there are a few of us who haven't spoken, if we could each take maybe 2 minutes and say something quickly, and then I think we can move on with this whole thing.
I would greatly appreciate
I agree
that.
agree with Mr. Levesque and Ms. Cullum that it's an equity issue. If you look at the map, if you start talking about 3 residential districts, and you look at the map, you can't really separate those out. It would, I mean, just quickly, it would allow Osterville to have no short-term rentals, but they would be allowed in the whole village of Katuitt, and they would be allowed in the whole village of West Barnstable. It's sort of a random. Those 3 districts are pretty random if you look at them. So I think it's just it's a matter of equity, and I think we should move it forward and deal with the general regulations on November 5th. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stott. Madam Clerk, did you have a comment? Okay, it's just that your light went on. Thank you. Councilor Clark, could you speak on this issue?
Thank you very much, Chair, Council President Hebert. I do wrestle with this. I guess I would benefit with a little more information. I would like to see that map. I am sensitive to the equity issue, but I also feel that if there's language in our zoning that says that there are residential areas, then that no fault of ours, we have allowed non-compliance along the way, and that we ought to honor the word that's in the regulations as it is. So unless I understand things differently, or I can be brought to greater information, I'm leaning towards preserving the residential area as in our current regulations. Thank you.
Okay, I do want to come back to that, or hopefully somebody, either in legal or our, I don't know if we still have our commissioner. Yes, he's still here, to address that, because they were explaining how that came about. And for some reason or other, the wording was not put in the other residential areas. It was about rooming houses that they were trying to control. So maybe we can get some clarification. And Councilor Dagwan, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to comment about everyone that came to public comment tonight and expressed their concerns about this particular item and all the work that the committee has put into the effort in trying to come up with a solution, which we are here tonight to try to address. I came to the meeting tonight leaning, after talking to several committee members, towards favoring this zoning. But after much thought, I find, that, change is inevitable. So there will be times when an amendment is necessary and requires adjustment and is suitable for the time. And I feel that this zoning proposal has not changed in over 30 some years. When I was council president in 2013, we passed 5 ordinances within a year. The one that took the longest, and Councilor Cullen was very instrumental in getting that through and working on that diligently. But we had a problem properties issue that was going on. And that ordinance hadn't been changed in similar 30 years. But the neighborhoods had changed and people were not keeping up with the problem. And we had to find a way to address those issues. And so we worked on a noise ordinance, but the problem property ordinance took quite a bit of time. But by September of that year, we had come together using the expertise of members of the town, using expertise of members of the community, and councilors like Mrs. Councilor Cullum, and others from the Civic Association who had expertise in the area of ownership, property ownership, and zoning, and we passed those ordinances. But we got the feedback from everybody. We had to adjust a lot. Councilor Vice President Rapazetti was part of the leadership team at that time, and we got those ordinances passed through. And so I speak from experience that it takes time to really hash out some of the particulars. You have 3 or 4 civic associations that have spoken. We've had some really additional comments tonight. This is the first time we've really had a chance to discuss it. I don't want to jump and make a decision on something from one meeting. I really would like to have some time to filter through some of the information that I received tonight. And so I will not be in favor of moving this forward for that reason, but based on experience.
Thank you. Councilor Snap?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask if Elizabeth Jenkins could show the map that Councilor Starr was referring to. I believe Councilor Clark was interested in seeing that distribution of those zones that are considered to be excluded from allowing rentals, or are being asked to be excluded, I guess is a better word.
I would be happy to share that if it's the pleasure of the chair. If you allow me to share my screen.
That would be great. Thank you.
Can you see that? So this map represents the three zoning districts: the RF1, RG, and RC district. And within these districts, these 3 districts, again, where principal permitted uses are single-family residential dwelling detached, the accessory use section does not contain the language renting of rooms to no more than 3 non-family members by the family residing in the dwelling. Those are provisions that are found in the other single-family residential districts, but not these 3. Again, Brian and I have spent some time doing the zoning history on this. It's very clear that these terms were tied to renting of rooms for lodgers when they were originally put in place in the 50s, and then evolved over time. Again, as Attorney Nober stated, unclear how they would apply to what we refer to as short-term rentals today, or even whole house rentals. But these are the zones.
Am I correct in, Elizabeth, am I correct in saying that this, that's Sandy Neck up on the top of the screen, Sandy Neck?
That's correct. Yeah, all property within the town of Barnstable has a zoning district. So you can see that line carried up. So yes, it's in there, but again, RF1, which is that district primarily encompassing the North Shore of Barnstable, Hyannisport, and the coastal areas around Osterville.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Neary, please, and then Councilor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is still Elizabeth. That map that you just presented there, that shows that basically is the overlay of what we know currently exists as short-term rentals or vacation rentals in the town of Barnstable. But that information is ascertained by the state tax rolls and what is actually being brought forth and lack of a better word, on the books. Is that correct? So that actually doesn't show, should there be by any chance any additional rentals that are out there in the town of Barnstable, it does not represent those. It's only the ones that are actually on the tax rolls per se.
That's correct, Councilor Neary. So the dots that were shown on that map correspond to short-term rentals that were registered with the Department of Revenue as of June of this year. So again, not necessarily comprehensive of all rentals, or in fact, even active rentals at this time, just folks who had at some point registered with the Department of Revenue.
Thank you very much.
And Councilor Fox?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, President Hebert, I think Assistant Town Manager Clyburn had something to add to my comments.
Oh, thank you. Just a moment, Councilor Clark. I'm sorry, Mr. Clyburn, please.
Yeah, I was just going to clarify Elizabeth's point that is the Department of Revenue data from June, and it represents those units that are paying the DOR tax. It is not representative of who is registered with the town of Barnstable. That number currently for the DOR is about 770 tax-paying entities. Less than 400 of those are currently registered with the town.
Wow.
338.
Okay, Councilor Clark, please.
For that clarification. Excuse me, Elizabeth, I thank you for your information. And I haven't checked the website recently, but is that map on the short-term rental information website or the webpage?
I will have to double check. The map that shows the location of short-term rentals registered with the DOR of June is on the website. Yes.
It'd be helpful to have for the public access to those zoning areas. Please.
Yeah, it's on there currently. We can update it to include the one I just showed with the zoning.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. I'm going to entertain a motion that we continue this conversation to our next regularly scheduled meeting, which would be November 5th.
Mr. President, you're also continuing the public hearing to November 5th.
Correct, yes. So I would entertain a motion to continue with the public hearing, this item to our next regularly scheduled meeting, which is scheduled for November 5th.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and we have a second. So we will we'll take that vote. Is this a simple majority?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Okay, simple majority. I'm going to ask Madam Clerk, please take this vote. Roll call, please.
Counselors Cullum,
No.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Rep Grissetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
Pass.
Schnapp,
No.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
No.
Steinhilber,
No.
Bogan,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
and I'm back to you, Mr. Neary.
No.
Yep. 5 no. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, 5 no, 7 yes. So simple majority, it passes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, councilors. We're going to now return to our old business, which is item number 2021-020. I'm going to ask Councilor Neary to please enter that into the record. Read it into the record, please. Councilor Neary? Okay, Councilor Neary?
Mr. President,
Yep.
This is old business may be acted upon. Roll call majority. Item 2021-020, resolved to petition Barnstable County to discontinue its interest in Craigville Beach Road as written.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. We have a first and a second. And this is, any councilors have any comment?
Mr. President, I'll give you a rationale on that, please.
Attorney McLaughlin's going to give the rationale.
Did we hear the rationale last time?
You did.
I'm ready to vote.
I will give you a quick update to it, and then invite your vote. On 020, that remains as previously presented. 021 dealt with a request to the county in order to have an opportunity to really expedite the granting of a permit, should granting of an easement to Vineyard Wind, should it need it for its purposes, to have the county grant to the town an easement in the roadways in question. And after consultation since the last meeting, Vineyard Wind is content to just deal with the surrender of the county control over the road. And if properly voted upon in an expeditious fashion, then that control of the road would automatically, by law, under the statute, vest in the town. And we've all agreed that's a perfectly appropriate methodology to establish that. So with the manager's permission, I should say, if we would note that 021 will be withdrawn after 020 is voted upon, that will then take us to 022, which is a grant of an easement, conditional obviously on the county relinquishing control to the town and thereby the town acquiring title. A grant of an easement by the town to Vineyard Wind for the entire route that is displayed in the exhibit to the items in front of you. So I think it would be appropriate, if you wish to, those comments apply to both 020, 021, and 022, but so I won't repeat them going forward, but I think that would be the extent of my comment for now for 020.
Thank you very much, Mr. McLaughlin. Unless there's any other comments from any of the councilors, I will entertain a motion to take a vote on this item.
So moved.
We have a first and second. Thank you very much. So this is item number 2021-020, and this is a yes, it will pass this resolution, and no, it will deprive it. Madam Clerk, please.
Councilors Dagwan,
Yes.
Rossetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Bogan,
Yes.
yes, okay. Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
that's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, councilors. Item number 2021-021. The town manager requested that this item be withdrawn unless there is any objection from this item to be withdrawn. Any objection to the manager's request? Seeing none, this item is withdrawn. Item number 2021-021. Councilor Shaughnessy, would you kindly read into the record of the day item number 2021-022?
Thank you, President Hebert. This is old business, may be acted upon by roll call majority. This is item number 2021-022. Order to grant to Vineyard Wind LLC an easement from Covell's Beach to Independence Park for utility purposes only.
Thank you. We have a first, we have a second. Any discussion by councilors? If not, I will entertain a motion to vote on item number 2021-022. A yes would be for approval. We have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you very much. We have a first and second. Madam Clerk, if you would please, roll call.
Councilors, Rap Grissetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Bogan,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Dagwan.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, councilors. That ends our old business. We're going to move on to new business. I'm going to ask that Councilor Snap please read into orders of the day, item number 2021-023, please.
Excuse me?
This is item 2021-023.
Yes, this is an item of new business referred to a public hearing on 11/19/2020. Item 2021-023, appropriation and transfer order in the amount of $320,000 of community preservation funds for the acquisition of 28 Falcon Road, on which will be placed a conservation restriction to be held by Barnstable Land Trust.
Thank you very much, Councilor Snap. So this is just to refer to a public hearing on 11/01, item number 2021-023. Madam Clerk, would you call us a roll call, please, on this item?
Certainly. Councilors Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Bogan,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Rap Grissetti.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you, councilors. Councilor Snap, if you would kindly read into the orders of the day, item 2021-024, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is item of new business referred to a public hearing on November 19th, 2020. Item number 2021-024, appropriation and transfer order in the amount of $500,000 of community preservation funds for the acquisition of 830 Wakeby Road, on which will be placed an open space recreation conservation restriction to be held by Barnstable Land.
Second.
Thank you very much. We have a first, we have a second. So again, this is to refer to a public hearing on 11/01, item number 2021-024. A yes vote would move this to a public hearing. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilors Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Bogan,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Rap
Yes.
Hebert.
Yes.
That is unanimous.
May I ask a correction here? When we're saying public hearing on 11:01, the next council meeting is,
It was 11:19.
okay, all right,
It was read in correctly.
it was read. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. So both these items were, the previous item was 11:19. Okay, thank you very much. If Councilor Levesque would kindly do item number 2021-025, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is new business may be acted upon. Roll call, majority vote. This is item number 2021-025, confirming reappointment to the Affordable Housing Growth and Development Trust Fund Board. We are resolved that the Town Council hereby confirms the Town Manager's reappointment of the following individuals to serve as trustees of the Affordable Housing Growth and Development Trust Fund Board pursuant to the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 555C, in accordance with the amended Declaration of Trust as approved by the Board as its September 25th, 2020 meeting. Michael Andrew Clyburn, a resident of Sandwich, Massachusetts, to a term expiring June 30th, 2022. Mark Milne, a resident of Marston's Mills, Massachusetts, to a term expiring June 30th, 2022. Laura Schufelt, a resident of West Barnstable, Massachusetts, to a term expiring June 30th, 2022. And Wendy Northcross, a resident of West Barnstable, Massachusetts, to a term expiring June 30th, 2022.
Second.
As written.
We have a first, we have a second. Do we have any discussion on this? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion, take a vote on item number 2021-025.
So
So moved.
We have a first, we have a second. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. A roll call, please, to approve item number 2021-025.
Is this to a second reading or is this
So we're voting on it.
a voting? Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilors Neary,
Yes, sorry about that.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Dar,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Bogan,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Rap
yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Thank you, councilors. I would ask Councilor Clark to please read into the record of the day, item number 2021-026, please.
Thank you very much, Council President Hebert. Item number 2021-026, new business may be acted upon by roll call majority. For the acceptance of a fiscal year 2021 grant in the amount of $4,366.51 from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of Public Health Bureau of Infectious Disease and Laboratory Sciences Immunization Division for the purpose of supporting influenza vaccine activities for the coming influenza season.
Second.
We have a first, we have a second. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to kindly take a roll call vote on item number 2021-026.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk,
Councilor Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Dar,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Bogan,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
you stepped away.
okay. Dagwan,
Yes.
Rep
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Counselor Cullum's back.
Oh,
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Collins.
that's unanimous.
That's unanimous. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, Councilors, this ends the orders of the day. I thank you.
President, we have
Yes.
one more item, item 027.
Right. Councilor Dagwan, could you please read that into the record of the day, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 2021-027, acceptance of a fiscal year 2021 grant in the amount of $1,076.50 from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to its city's complete count grant program for the purpose of ensuring a complete and accurate count in the 2020 United States Census. This may be acted upon with a roll call vote.
Second.
Thank you very much, and congratulations for obtaining that grant to our town clerk. Thank you very much. Any discussion?
Lynn Poyon is here for the rationale.
Okay, thank you, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Lynn Poyant, Director of Communications. This grant was to assist us with getting funding for increasing outreach efforts in precincts 5, 9, and 13, along with the rest of the town. During the time that we were doing this, which was since September 21st, when the Secretary of State's office called, we did see a bump in some of the census tracts. As of October 12th, 6 census tracts had shown an increase in response. And as of yesterday, there were an additional bump in 3 tracts, 2 that were not from October 12th. So of our 11 census tracts, 8 had slight bump. The census, as you know, has gone through a number of issues within the courts, and the census for 2020 officially ends tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. I want to thank everyone who's helped DPW with the variable message signs, Councilor Bogan for helping me the day that I was out in Osterville, Councilor Cullum for a number of great suggestions that we were able to implement, our town clerk, Ann Quirk, Sarah Beal, our Channel 18 station manager, and Paula Hersey, our assistant station manager for Channel 18 as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that report. Any questions or concerns? Councilor Bogan, please.
No questions or concerns, but I want to thank Ms. Poyant for her willingness to not only flag the issue and stand out on a Saturday morning when I'm sure she would like to have been doing something else. So I commend you for your effort on behalf of the town, Lynn.
That appreciation is very well placed. Thank you very, very much, Ms. Poyant. Any other comments? If not, I would ask for a roll call by the town clerk, please.
So moved on the question.
Was there a first and a second?
Second.
Yeah, okay.
Councilors Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Bogan,
Yes.
Clark. Yes. Cullum,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Rep Grissetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Thank you very, very much. Madam Vice President, obviously my agenda is a little mixed up. Does this conclude the items of the day?
This does, and it is 11 p.m. So I would like to move the vote to adjourn.
Thank you. Okay, we have a first and a second to adjourn. Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a roll call.
Councilors Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Bogan,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Ralph Grissetti,
Yes.
Bert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy.
Yes.
That is unanimous.
Thank you very much, everyone. Safe evening, and we'll see you on next scheduled meeting. Thank you.